A quorum is present. All legal notices have been posted. This court is duly called. Can I get a motion to adjourn the court for the July term?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who oppose, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Need a motion to open the court for the August term?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and second. Any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who oppose, same sign. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the August 2018 term. The Honorable John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Welcome to this edition of the Commissioners Court. We will now have our invocation by guest of Commissioner Mike Cantrell.
Commissioners, it's my pleasure today to introduce one of my employees, Phyllis Bermerian. She was born and raised in Dallas. She attended H. Grady Spruce High School, and upon graduation, she married the love of her life, Jimmy. In June of this year, they celebrated 45 years of marriage. In 1973, she began her tenure with Dallas County at the tax office. After 4 years there, Jimmy's job required travel, so they purchased a travel trailer and took to the road. In 1985, she returned to the county as a clerk for Judge Jack Richburg. Throughout her tenure with Dallas County, she worked for Judge Kim Blackington, Judge Wilma Cawthorn, Constable Mike Gothard, and was chief clerk of the J.P. Central Collections, which was very successful. And after the closing of Central Collections, she worked for former Commissioner Dickey. For the last 6 years, I've been honored to work with her in our office, and after 34 years of service to Dallas County, she will retire at the end of this year. Her dad also worked for Commissioner Price, and also her husband worked for Commissioner Price at one time. Her and Jimmy have one daughter, Lana, and two grandchildren, Arabella and Piper.
Thank you. Let us pray. Good morning, Heavenly Father. I acknowledge this morning that you are Lord God Almighty, the first and the last, and beside you there is no other. Let us make mention today that your name, Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, be exalted in all the earth. You, Lord Jesus, are our refuge and our strength, the hope and promise of eternal life for those who believe. I thank you, Lord, for your gracious, loving kindness, compassion, and tender mercies toward us. We pour out our hearts before you today and ask that in turn you pour out your sweet Holy Spirit upon all that are gathered here today. I ask that you will impart spiritual wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and discernment to those whom you appointed to this Commissioner's Court. Let your heart and perfect will reign in all decisions made here today, and among your people may there be peace, unity, and above all, love. And through our obedience to your precepts, we will glorify your name. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Public hearing. I posted for 9 o'clock.
Our agenda now calls for a public hearing on the Community Development Block Grant Home Program. And Rick, you want to come up and say anything?
Judge, the motion to open the public hearing for the Community Block Grant and Home Program.
Second.
All those in favor, I think Mike beat you to it, but all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Anybody have the gavel?
No, I didn't see no gavel. I guess you're not starting screaming. Anyway.
Staff, we need gavel. I'll bang on the cup for now. Go ahead, buddy.
Thank you. This is the second of 2 public hearings we're required to have as part of our annual CDBG formulation process. We've also conducted a 30-day public comment period. We have not received any comments as of this moment. Assuming there are no questions or considerations raised by the court today or additional comments that may occur during this public hearing, staff would recommend that we proceed with the projects that are identified and outlined before you. These are the same projects that were presented to the court a month ago in July at the last meeting. They were based on the submission and considerations by the 6 participating cities, and we reviewed them. We not only believe that they are eligible for consideration, but they're also very good projects and will accomplish what the program is intended to do. I'm happy to answer any questions the court might have.
Let the record reflect that your submission with the where those projects are in terms of the target be part of the record as well, and they are on target to be completed as
Yes.
submitted.
Yes.
Okay? That being, Judge, if there...
All right. Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers? And this is only public speakers on this matter, the public hearing on the Community Development Block Grant and Home Program. Finally, for the third time, are there any public speakers?
Make a motion that we close the public hearing on CBDG Block Grant Program for 2018.
Second.
All right. There's been a motion and a second. Any opposition? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. We have a bevy of resolutions this morning, and the first one is from Commissioner Daniel.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Would Judge Martin Hoffman and those interns please come forward? There might be a few.
Just right up to the podium.
Look at the legal profession in just a couple of years.
What's up, interns?
Welcome, welcome. Come on, there's room, there's room. You've been doing this a while, haven't you?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Whereas Judge Martin Hoffman of the 68th District Court saw a way to revitalize the judicial internship program on behalf of law students in Texas. Since being elected in the 68th Civil District Court in 2006, Judge Hoffman has made it his mission to promote judicial internships as a pathway for opportunity for law students. And whereas in 2008, Judge Hoffman began partnering with the Dallas Association of Young Lawyers to spearhead their judicial internship program. Judge Hoffman has also been involved with the American Bar Association Judicial Internship Opportunity Program. And whereas in the last 12 years, Judge Hoffman has supervised over 250 law students, about a dozen economically disadvantaged high school students, and about 20 new lawyers. He has also recruited judges to participate in these judicial internship programs. In addition, Judge Hoffman has served as the judicial liaison to the Dallas Bar Association Student Law Intern Program for Dallas Independent School District high school students. And whereas Judge Hoffman's goal is to be a mentor and a teacher to those who are interested in the legal profession, Judge Hoffman has organized the Winter Break Judicial Intern Job Fair, where hundreds of law students have obtained interviews with Dallas County judges. Interns have seen how the court works and had a chance to see the process in action. Most importantly, interns gain self-confidence and see a legal career as something real, tangible, and achievable. Whereas in recognition of his efforts, Judge Hoffman was honored with the Honorable Cleo R. Steele Committed Mentor Award on behalf of J.L. Turner Legal Association in 2016. Judge Hoffman also received the Outstanding Mentor Award from the Texas Young Lawyers Association and the Dallas Association of Young Lawyers in 2012, and awards from Texas Tech and Texas A&M Law School for his work mentoring law students in those schools. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes Judge Martin Hoffman for his many years of service with the Judicial Internship Program and all of the products of this program. And I so move.
Second.
And there was a second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Judge Hoffman, is there a word that you would like to say?
I promised I would be brief, which is not easy for me. So, first off, I want to thank you, Commissioner Daniel, for coming, introducing this resolution. It's a great honor. I've worked with judicial interns over the last 12 years and have had over 250 interns, and have really appreciate the recognition. It's a great honor. I also want to thank my family who's here, Heather and my kids who are about to go off to UT. We're going to be empty nesters, and so they're both going off to UT. Sometimes when you have that many interns, it kind of interferes with things with your family, and they have been so patient and wonderful. If we could give them a big round of applause. I'm also blessed to have the best court staff in Dallas County, if I say so myself, and Rhonda Pinson and Nancy. I will say Rhonda does an amazing job. She's always happy, and sometimes I have up to 12 interns in my chambers. Our chambers are not that big, and so they overflow into her office, and she never complains. And so thank you, Rhonda, for all you've done. And most importantly, I want to thank all the interns I've had. Many of them are here today who have been willing to serve in my court and allow me to mentor them and help them in their careers. It's been a tremendous honor for each of you, for me to be able to mentor each of you. And so thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause. And then finally, I want to thank Kira White, who's one of my interns. She interned the first half of the summer, and she kind of came up with this idea of doing this, and it helped draft the resolution and did a lot of work on this. And so I'd like her to say a few words, if that's okay.
I just want to say thank you again.
Pull the mic down.
Pull the mic down.
Sorry, I'm height challenged. I wanted to say thank you all again this morning for having us and for honoring Judge Hoffman. And I'm very grateful for the partnership he's had with my law school and all the work that he's done and making great lawyers out of us. Thank you so much.
Here is from the law school right down the street from us, University of North Texas, and I've been very blessed to work with them, and she has been a wonderful intern, as well as all the other interns here. So thank you so much for this honor.
And a quick photo?
Oh, can we get a quick photo? Yes. Did we come around?
Let's fill it
All
out.
right.
Y'all need to get
Oh, sorry.
You never make it.
Yeah, just kind of line up on the sides. Thank you so much for doing this.
When do you go to school?
Hey, congratulations, Judge. Great job.
Before we get to the next resolution, my staff reminds me to take a moment of personal privilege, and I'll make this brief, but I want to recognize two new county employees who have joined us. Well, actually, one's not a new county employee, they just switched jobs. Rachel Rueda has been with the county since 2006, and Mike, somebody can't hear? Let me turn this, here we go. How's that better? Great. Rachel Rueda has been with the county since 2006, and she has joined us at Homeland Security and Emergency Management as our senior secretary. Rachel, where are you? There you are. Thanks so much for joining the team. And also, Bernardo Salazar has joined us from the outside as our new hazmat planner. Both of these employees are fully bilingual, which I think is very important when you're dealing with emergency management And we're glad to have both of you on the team and look forward to continue to work with you. Thank you. Our next resolution today is from Commissioner Cantrell.
Judge and Commissioners, this is a resolution honoring Carol Short on her retirement in the North Dallas Chamber, and I'm going to be presenting it tomorrow at a presentation, so I'll move its approval.
Okay. Somebody seconded.
Second.
All
You did? Okay. Commissioner
all
Price
those in
second.
favor, signify.
Hold on. Computers have gone
Yeah. Oh, there
blind.
you go. You go. Oh, you're the one that.
I voted for you, Commissioner.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And our next two resolutions are from Commissioner Price.
Judge, I'd ask Marion Renee Ogletree and that delegation to please come forward.
Wow.
Those are kids.
Whereas the Dallas County Sheriff's Department takes special notice when an individual has given long and faithful service to this department, the citizens of Dallas County and beyond. And whereas Marion Ogletree is a graduate of David W. Carter High School, however, be it known, she is a loyal Wilma Hutchins alum.
Hey.
She holds an associate degree in business management from Mountain View College and a bachelor's degree in biblical studies from the School of Scriptures. Whereas Marion Renee Ogletree became employed with the department on February 8, 1993 as a clerk 5 in the release section. And whereas she transitioned from the release section, opened many avenues of knowledge, from the bonds section to personnel to fiscal and the housing bureau, and many facets of accomplishments have been made by way of classes, conferences, and applied knowledge for successful day-to-day operations of the department for over 25 years. And whereas then Clerk 5 was promoted to Clerk 8 in March of 1998 as a senior secretary of the Housing Bureau, Marion Ogletree was later transferred to the executive administration in 1998, where she has worked under Sheriff Jim Bowles, Sheriff Lupe Valdez, and current Sheriff Marion Brown. And whereas of the many personal accomplishments and virtuous strength, Marion Ogletree is the proud wife, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and where she calls her circles blessed. And whereas married Renee Ogletree, a woman of many talents, retires with many future thoughts but no immediate plan of action, just wishes to partake of the season of life well deserved. She wishes to thank everyone for a journey of enrichment, no matter what the walk, accepting all things learned and appreciated as life's experience. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby, and with great pride, join with the family, friends, and co-workers of Marion Renee Ogletree as she assumes a well-deserved retirement after 25 years of dedicated service, and I so move.
And I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Marion?
To the Commissioners Court, I stand here with great pride to introduce Marion Ogletree. I've been her chief for 8 months, and on the second day that she was my secretary, she walked in and she said, "Let me tell you how this is going to work." And I don't know if y'all heard, she just also seconded the motion. So she is a woman of many talents. So I will not hold anybody long. So Marion Ogletree.
Good morning. Good morning. Of course, I'm one of those church girls. To the panel here, thank you. To everyone that's here, good morning. I just wanted to say, in my journey, I once worked with a utility company that downsized, and I just figured I could go to another carpet ladder that quick. But I never received that call from the carpet ladder. I only received a call from the Dallas County Sheriff's Department. I am standing here incredibly grateful for the call, the answer, and the accepting of employment with the Dallas County Sheriff's Department. On behalf of the sheriff in her absence, I have always been blessed to work for some of the greatest chiefs there have ever been, sheriffs there have ever been, no matter what the walk. I thank you this morning for those who are here on my behalf, and I just want to say, if I ever had to come back, the door is open. I left it open. You can close it if you want to, but I feel so grateful that you all gave me the opportunity, and for that I say thank you. Good day.
Marion, one of the things I want to say as one who has stood in the corridors around here for the last 42 years, 33 as a commissioner, those 25, I've watched you come down that corridor every Monday morning along with other staff.
Right.
You always have a smile on your face regardless. I could edit that with regards to the sheriffs, but I won't. I'll let you, as the kids say, I'm going to let you make it on that one. But not right. But regardless, you've always got that attitude, good Monday morning and hugging. And you've really been a real stellar employee. One of the things I've begun to do with all employees, I spend a lot of time looking up their time and attendance just to see where they are. And you can be proud. So not only just being here, but you apparently you've produced, otherwise they would not have come. A lot of times in Dallas County, we keep people and they're not performing.
Right.
You're not one of those.
Right.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
The next resolution, Judge, is regarding the 14th Amendment. And I'm going to ask, Ms. Richardson, if you'll come forward. You got your delegation. Ms. Lester, all of them. Yeah. I want that group to come forward. PD. Oh.
Yeah. And they have the next one, so they can stay.
Okay, you know, and the reason I want them to come forward, I think that sometimes we forget, especially in light of the recent atmosphere in this country and the narrative around, I'll say, the Constitution. And whereas the United States Constitution adopted the 14th Amendment in 1868, seeking to reintegrate the southern states after the Civil War to revolutionize federalism and to further define some of the rights that were to be enjoyed by recently freed Africans in the institution of slavery. And whereas the 14th Amendment clearly decreed that no one could deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And whereas the 14th Amendment would in subsequent landmark cases be interpreted as a guarantee of the Bill of Rights and would apply to the status and to the federal government states as well. And whereas the 14th Amendment, and partially its first section, is one of the most litigated parts of the Constitution, forming the basis for the decision that have had great significance in our life and culture, such as Brown versus Board of Education, Roe versus Wade, Bush versus Gore, Obergefell versus Hodges. And whereas the 14th Amendment became the precursor to the 15th and 19th Amendments, which extended the concept of one person, one vote, by extending the rights to black men and women. And whereas the 14th Amendment braces the backbone of our democracy by its implication of our right to vote, which is the most fundamental and sacred right of the American citizen, regardless of race, ethnicity, national origin, gender, or gender preference. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court do hereby, and with great regard for the United States Constitution, acknowledge and herald the 150th anniversary of the 14th Amendment, and be it further resolved that we commit our lives and our own liberties to fighting any encumbrances or injunctions that would suppress or depress the right of every citizen to vote in Dallas County and throughout the 50 states and the sovereign territories for which the 14th Amendment was written and intended. I guess I should include Puerto Rico, right? So moved.
And I respectfully second that motion.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And you know, I really, as the largest public defender's office in this state, and some of us have been around here when it was created, and you've really lived up to expectation. I spend a lot of times severing the public defender's office from people who are appointed. There is a marked difference. Not to say that people who are appointed don't hold to some standard. However, I know that this department, along with the Indigent Defense Department, holds you to a standard that is measured with metrics. And so I just want to say thank you. This department makes me proud. I tell people all the time when they talk about exonerations, even though some of us think, you know, they may have evaporated and dissipated, this department still continues. Over 50% of the exonerations in the history of Dallas County have been, this department has been part of that impact. And so I want you to know that I am extremely proud of what you do every day for citizens of this county. We get our money's worth out of it. I've looked at your budget versus appointments. I think yours is right at what is 14 million, and appointments about last time I checked was about 28 million. So they're double, and I still watch the number of cases you do. And so I'm just telling you, I am extremely proud, and the fact that you continue to fight. Recently, and I know nobody wants to probably talk about this, but guy went to death row and admitted to a crime. And that individual remained, I got a call from his family, remained in custody for almost 3 years after an admission by individuals at death row. But you guys never gave up. And as a result, at least he's on bond now and he's out. So thank you. Thank you for continuing to fight for what is right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you always for your support and the support of the Commissioners Court. And I thank you for doing that today, especially with so many of the attorneys here, because sometimes they get frustrated. We are required to provide effective legal representation and protect the due process rights of the people we represent. But sometimes there's a feeling that we work a little bit too hard. And we even get comments that they're poor people, so they don't require the same kind of representation as those people that can afford counsel. So thank you so much for, you have no idea what this has done for us today as we stand before you, and we're committed to work hard for the entire Commissioners Court. But thank you so much for your commitment to justice and for your support for this office.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. And hey, don't sit down. Our next resolution is also for someone that has worked with the Public Defender's Office, and it's someone that just reading this resolution I admire, for his hard work and dedication, and that is Abraham Amador Wilson. So the resolution reads as follows. Whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court takes a special notice where an individual has given long and faithful service to Dallas, and whereas Abraham Amador Wilson, who calls himself Lucky Abe Wilson, was born on September 18, 1933 in Laredo, Texas, to Dolores Garza Bocanegra Wilson, a native of Monterrey, Mexico, and Luis Jacob Wilson. His paternal grandparents, Abraham and Anna Wilinski, emigrated from Poland to the U.S. and Americanized their last name to Wilson. And whereas, while growing up in Laredo, Texas, and moving back and forth between Laredo and Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, Mr. Wilson's Hispanic Catholic mother converted to Judaism and required him to take Hebrew lessons from the local rabbi for his bar mitzvah at age of 13. Even though it bordered Mexico, almost everyone in Laredo spoke English. However, his mother never spoke to him in English and required that he speak Spanish correctly. And Mr. Wilson graduated from Martin High School at age 16 in 1950. He attended Texas Tech and Tulane University in New Orleans before enlisting in the U.S. Army in 1954. After completing his tour of duty in the summer of 1956, he enrolled in UT Austin School of Business, where he graduated in 1958. And whereas, upon graduation, Mr. Wilson went to work as an assistant department manager at Foley's department store in Texas. Talented and hardworking, Mr. Wilson distinguished himself at Foley's and subsequently recruited to work for Fritzy of California, one of Foley's most important and largest providers of ladies' sportswear, where he became the #1 sales rep for the company. And whereas, a year after beginning work at Foley's, Mr. Wilson was smitten by the sight of a pretty summer intern, Ruth, from Oklahoma State University, assigned to work in his department. Ruth later became his wife and has been for the last 52 years. The union of which has produced 3 wonderful, professionally successful children, Louis, Nancy, and Michael, 2 lawyers and a doctor. And whereas, in the spring of 1992, while Mr. and Mrs. Wilson were vacationing in Guatemala and Belize, they met a couple of travelers from Dallas, who shared with them that the Dallas County Public Defender's Office was seeking to hire a Spanish interpreter. And whereas in September of 1992, Mr. Wilson, who had retired from his previous career, was hired to work as the public defender Spanish interpreter on his 59th birthday. And whereas from the beginning, Mr. Wilson worked in the felony and misdemeanor courts, assisting the attorneys and talking to indigent defendants who were facing criminal charges. He taught Spanish to judges, prosecutors, public defenders, and defense attorneys in the Frank Crowley Courthouse for many years. And Mr. Wilson retired from the Dallas County Public Defender's Office as a full-time employee in November of 2011, but returned on March 12, 2012, to work part-time. He says he had one of the most rewarding second careers of anyone he knows, and has become friends with and work alongside so many dedicated and diligent people. And whereas, as Mr. Wilson approaches his 85th birthday in September, he says he will not change the last 25 years of working at the Dallas County Public Defender's Office for anything else. Still working part-time and enjoying what he does, he considers himself one lucky Abe Wilson. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and congratulates Abraham Amador Lucky Wilson for more than 25 years of outstanding service in Dallas County and wishes him the best in his life ahead. And I so proudly move.
Second.
All those in
I
favor?
second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Ms. Richardson?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Garcia and Commissioners, County Judge. Before we had 29 Spanish speakers in our office, we had Abe Wilson. Before the judges were required to admonish the defendants about taking a plea or resolving their case and the implications regarding the immigration status, we had Abe. Before we had the Supreme Court make a decision in Padilla that said that lawyers were required to advise their clients regarding the immigration consequences of a plea of guilty or finding of guilty, we had Abe. Before we had Jordan Pollack, who is here, who is our immigration criminal law specialist in the office, who does advisals, we had Abe. When Abe retired and then decided to come back, he said to me, he said, well, I want to come back, but I only want to come back part-time. And I go, well, Abe, I don't know if we can do that. That's been a full-time position. But then I thought about what we had before all of this. We had Abe. You can tell a lot about a man or a woman based on their relationships. You can tell a lot about a man or a woman, how they interact with other people, how they interact with famous and prestigious and influential individuals, as well as how they interact with people who have nothing. You can tell a lot about a man or a woman based on their relationships with coworkers. But most important of all, you can tell a lot about a man because of his relationship with his family. His lovely wife who retired from the Dallas School District and then had to go back because she was so valuable. His children, successful children and grandchildren. We have been so honored and privileged to have Abe Wilson in our office. And I'll say one thing, he trained all of us, because everybody can tell you stories about being in the holdover with Abe. And Abe will tell you, you didn't ask him about his country of origin. You didn't ask him this. Why did you tell him that? And we go, yes, Abe, you're absolutely right. So I present to you
Lynn
Abe
Richardson
Wilson.
for Chief Justice.
Very good.
Can't wonder why I say that I'm so lucky. I am very, very lucky. That's my main, lucky in every aspect. Lucky in my upbringing, lucky in all the work that I did, lucky in meeting my beautiful wife and having my wonderful children. But the best years as far as my work is concerned, were not the first years when I was on the road with sample bags back in the day when you would see in the Dallas area all these cars laden with samples hanging out in the back. I don't know if you all remember, most of you remember back then, and the apparel mart, that was one life. But the last 25 years really have been to me the most meaningful as far as my work. Every time I go into the courtroom, and every time I go to the holdover, and every time I go to the jail and assist an attorney in the conversation that they're going to have with somebody that doesn't speak English at all, or very limited English, I feel important. I feel like I'm doing something worthwhile, because the main thing is that the communication be understood by both parties, and that takes a little bit of extra work. Not just the language, not just the words, but the body language and the background of the person that you're interviewing, that you're talking to. So I appreciated very much this honor, and thank you to the Commissioner's Court. Thank you to Lynn and Paul and all my co-workers in the office. And I look forward to getting up every morning, putting on a coat and tie, and coming to do what I consider to be important work.
I thought you and Commissioner Cantrell are the same age. You're 85? You look great.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilson. Thank you so much.
Mr. Wilson, you want a picture, right here in this? I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Introduce your family. Oh, okay. My wife, Ruth, principal for many years in the school system, at elementary, middle school, and high school, and always considered to be absolutely one of the best. When she left, when she retired, she was asked to come back and work for the state in monitoring and mentoring principals in the other schools. And I'm very proud. It was a great day when I met her at Foley's department store in the basement, and asked her if she would please help me stack the Levi jeans in the department that I was in. And I want to introduce my kids that are here. My daughter Nancy, and my son Michael, and 1, 2, 3 grandchildren that are here out of 10, and my daughter-in-law Nancy, who is extremely active, by the way, at Woodrow Wilson. She's famous for her activities and what she does there. And
That's good.
that's good. Oh, and I just want to say, I've worked with the best people. I've worked with. It's so nice. It keeps me young to come to the office every day. It keeps me young. I keep saying to my wife, "Hey, we need a new birthday gift because somebody else is having a baby."
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Just
Paul.
briefly, Abe, it's been a pleasure knowing you for the last 16 and a half years I've been with Dallas County. But on behalf of Dallas County, the Dallas County Public Defender's Office, for a career and a public well served and a life well lived, here's your service pin.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good to see you.
Congratulations. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Come a little. Okay? Okay.
Everybody smile at Miss Rice. She got the real camera. Everybody else got telephone.
Congratulations. Okay. And our last resolution is for half-price books, and I'm going to ask Mr. Rick Hasayak with half-price books to come forward if they're here. Okay. Well, welcome. We'll wait a little bit. And as you all know, there's been an effort to help the children detained in Tornillo, Texas. And this resolution is for half-price book and reads as follows. Whereas, in an effort to help hundreds of children detained in Tornillo, Texas cope with the separation from their families, Half-Price Books supported the initiative of Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins and Dr. Elba Garcia to send Spanish written books to them in hopes that reading can distract them and somehow alleviate the hardship of being separated from their parents. And whereas 20 miles outside of El Paso, Texas, along the U.S.-Mexico border sits the Tornillo Port of Entry as a U.S. Custom and Border Protection facility, which was selected by the Trump administration to be the first site for temporary housing for the overflow of unaccompanied minors and the children of detained migrant parents under the new zero-tolerance policy. And whereas the forced separation of children from their parents upon trying to enter the U.S. illegally has become a massive national issue. Children arriving to the U.S. from Central America have long faced the prospect of family separation and navigated a complex legal immigration system that can take months or years to render a decision due to a massive backlog of cases. Recently, the government separated more than 2,300 children from their parents. And whereas separation anxiety is one of the most common mental health issues for children, according to the American Psychological Association, a child who has gone through separation anxiety will develop negative beliefs about their self-value, lack of ability and control, and the world being a threatening place. They will likely feel a constant threat to their well-being, which can translate to anxiety, depression, helplessness, and anger. Furthermore, being subject to chronic and intense fear and horror compromises their immune system to fight off illnesses and diseases. Whereas in July, Mr. Rick Hasayak with Half-Price Books was instrumental in obtaining the donation of 400 books and shipping them to the children detained in Tornillo, Texas. Although this book cannot replace a parent, we know that they will make a positive impact in their lives of those children as they wait day after day to be reunited with their loved ones. And whereas Half-Price Book was founded in 1972 in Dallas by Ken Jameer and Pat Anderson, they have been committed to the community and supporting literacy and environmental groups for more than 40 years. Their mission is to share their favorite things with their friends and help make the world a little better. That includes recycling and donating more than 1 million of their overstocked books each year to local nonprofits and organizations around the world. And whereas the generosity, compassion, and solidarity of Half-Price Books towards the children of Tornillo, Texas, and the many organizations it helps year after year at different levels is very much appreciated and serves as an example for everyone to follow. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does officially recognize and appreciate Half-Price Books for the donation of 400 books to the children of Tornillo, Texas, and for the ongoing efforts in making this world a better place to live. And I salute.
I second because books are still important for kids.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Say something?
Thank you all so much. We really appreciate this honor, and we're sorry Rick couldn't be here today. But getting books into the hands of children is so important and part of our mission, as you said, and we hope that these books bring comfort to these children.
Well, an update for you. Tornillo will shut down on the 2 Sundays from now, or 2 Mondays from now, I think, and the kids will take the books home. And each week, since you did that, ministers have gone from Dallas, each depends, but like Friday night, spend the weekend working with the kids. And the kids cherish the books, and they're going to get to take their books with them when that shuts down and they go to their either next location, or hopefully they go back to their parents or to a family that will foster them until they can be reunified. So the work that y'all did made a big impact, and we really appreciate you.
Well, it's not just the kids. I'm going to stay with the books. 25% of Americans have not read a new book in the last year. 25%. And so reading is still fundamental, and it's important. But, my dad used to say, rather see a sermon than hear one. Maybe the reason they're not reading them is because they're not seeing other people read. Just thought I'd throw that out.
I just want to thank you because you came through immediately with the judge office and mine, and more importantly, you took it upon yourself to be sure that they got there, and they got there on time, and these children, I'm sure, has been a consolation in their solitude. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I've got our last resolution of the day, and that is for our employees of the month. Will anyone who's here, Loretta Turner, April Turner, Sarah Fisher, Nathan Vega, and Christina Benedict come forward. Loretta's from the district clerk, April's from juvenile, so Sarah, Nathan is from Public Works, and Christina is from the tax office. Hey, y'all. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Dallas County employees are hardworking, dedicated, and play a vital role in achieving the goals and objectives set each year by the Commissioners Court. Most employees perform above expectation and ensure that Dallas County continues to be a regional leader and the destination of choice for residents and businesses. And whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court authorized the creation of an employee recognition program in 2012 to encourage recognition of dedicated employees who represent the best and the brightest of our workforce. And whereas the Dallas County Employee Recognition Program is consistent with the county's approved administrative plan under which the county seeks to operationally be a model governmental entity. These employees represent the exemplar employees Dallas County hopes to recruit and retain. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby salute these employees for July 2018 for their respective departments and offers best wishes for continued success at Dallas County. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Y'all want to say something, you can, but you don't have to.
I just want to thank you for this honor, and also thank you for the program that recognizes the hard work that our employees do every day, because we have lots of good employees.
We do. Can't do it without you.
You got a lot to do.
On that note, I would like to take just a moment of personal privilege. Speaking of employees, that as a new employee on my staff, and it's through the efforts of the good Dr. Garcia, who found Wendell Robertson. But he has now joined my staff as a full-time employee, so I'd like to say welcome and thank you for what you're going to do to help Dallas County move forward. Would also like to say a lot of Dallas County employees, staff, directors helped get us a national award from the National Association of Counties that I proudly bring back to Dallas County. It was awarded to us this July in Nashville, and it's for the work on the Smart Justice Behavioral Health Jail Diversion Project. And what this is an indication of is a lot of people, just a lot of people. We've already talked a little bit about Lynn Richardson. We've talked about the DA's office, about criminal justice, about just so many people coming together to see what we can do, how we can do a better job in Dallas County. And there's the proof of the recognition of it. So thank you very much for all the efforts of a lot of people.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being there and picking it up. I know, like you say, a lot of people here in the audience, Charlene, are, people that work for Dallas County, Mr. Stretcher, and now work for Carew Foundation. So thank you so much for all you do. This belongs to you.
Right to you.
Next, we have presentations, and our first presentation today will be by Jonathan Bazan on facilities. Jonathan? And some other people. Jonathan and others.
If the whole team would come down, please. Judge and Commissioners, the last several years, facilities management has been implementing a management framework that includes strategic planning, leadership, focus on customers and workforce, management and operations, and most importantly, results. This system is called Performance Excellence. At the national level, it is administered by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. At the state level, it is administered by the Quality Texas Foundation. Facilities management was a recipient of the Foundation's 2018 commitment level recognition. Here today from the Foundation is Dale Crownover. He is the former chair of the board. He's also a business owner in District 3. He owns Texas Nameplate in Lancaster. He has used the criteria that I mentioned earlier to have a very successful business and be recognized by former governor and 2 U.S. presidents. Dale?
Thank you.
You're Royce.
Garcia, Prize, Judge
You Royce? Yeah, okay, I know you.
Cantrell, Daniel. It's truly a privilege to be here representing Quality Texas. During Ronald Reagan's presidency, his Secretary of Commerce, Malcolm Baldrige, sought to strengthen America by creating the criteria for performance excellence. Soon thereafter, our own Governor Ann Richards created Quality Texas. Your commitment for the Facilities Management Department to participate in this criteria and benefit from its assessments is truly a blessing to all of its stakeholders, including us taxpayers. An assessment of any nature is very beneficial. As young kids, our parents gave us assessments daily. If you're married, unfortunately, you get a daily assessment yourself. It begs the question, why shouldn't all organizations be provided assessments at least annually? The criteria asks 7 basic questions, which are very common sense, yet not common practice. Does your organization have a leadership system how does it communicate its vision and its mission statement to all of its people? Do they even have a strategic plan? In my travels, I'm shocked how many organizations don't even have a strategic plan. And if they do, is it fully deployed and executed to all the people? To your customers and employees, how does management listen and learn from them? How do you engage your customers and employees and not just satisfy? Satisfaction today is not good enough. Your information analysis, who do you benchmark? Who do you compare yourself to others with? What are your processes? Are they fully documented and fully understood? And most important with everything I just mentioned, do you measure all these things? And if so, do you show levels of effectiveness with trends? Thanks to your leadership and commitment, this group has identified these 7 questions of the criteria for performance excellence. As they mature next year, you will see levels of refinement as they start aligning, balancing, and integrating these assessments to the criteria. And I promise, and I hope I'm back to see the day that you will see that this Facilities Management Department will be the most systematic, highest performing department, and you will require others to emulate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to have a copy of that. I got some presentations I'm getting ready to make. So.
You can use those 7 points.
Yeah.
The award we received.
While Dr. Garcia is going down, I want to thank Jonathan Bazan, Mr. Martin, Mr. Heikel, and Dr. Garcia. This was, if not the most challenged department we had in Dallas County, with complaints coming forward. It was right there close to it. And it has really done an about face. And so while you make this presentation award, you really don't have any idea what has happened with this department. It's one thing to talk about performance, but if you don't have the right people on the ground, the right management, the people are ready to make the right decisions, none of this other stuff matters. And you can keep pouring money in it, and without leadership and the fortitude to make the right decisions, nothing else matters. So I do want to thank you, but I want to thank this department because I've seen you turn around. Some of you have stayed through some of the most difficult times, writings on the walls, things in the lockers. Remember them all. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And like Commissioner Price just said, we have come a long way, guys, and this belongs to you. I mean, it couldn't happen without the leadership, obviously, Mr. Martin, Mr. Bazan, Ryan Brown, and my colleagues, Commissioner Daniels, Commissioner Price. But, you know, when we started this journey, yes, we had a lot of challenges, but we're, you know, slowly but surely going back, you know, going forward, and we want you back. You will hear back from us as we continue to move forward. Thank you again, guys. This belongs to you, Texas Quality Foundation. Thank you so much for being here this morning. And hey, some words from you. I mean, we are the talking heads, but you are the ones who do it.
No, I just want to say we would not be here today if it wasn't for the continued support of Mr. Bazan and the entire court. I'd especially like to thank Commissioner Daniel, Commissioner Price, Commissioner Garcia for the time you've invested in listening to us, providing us our feedback, and just overall support on our path to excellence. So thank you.
Thank you. And we want a picture because we want it back. Come on.
And I got Dr. Garcia, it's because this court has given us the wherewithal. It's just the three of us happen to serve on that committee that listens to the challenges with regard to this department. But again, I definitely want some of you guys because I know what you've been through. And so thank you for hanging in there with us, okay?
I sure do.
Y'all have panoramic on
Yeah,
there?
you got to come back. Some of you going to come into the middle. You come over. Fred, you got to be scared. Come on, okay. Okay, thank you.
Ganesh Mayor with Health and Human Services as our next presentation.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. The first portion of our presentation is the arbovirus surveillance report. That report basically tells us that we've had 2 human cases of West Nile virus. And if you look to the second slide, it gives us a little bit of what the differences are. So these 2 cases, both of these cases, one of them is a 77-year-old female, and the second one is a 63-year-old male, both living in Irving. And both these cases are the neuroinvasive variety, so in which the West Nile virus actually gets into their brain, and then the swelling of those brain membranes causing meningitis, encephalitis, and also the spinal cord. So those are the 2 cases that we have seen so far. If you go to the next page, we have done close to 6,000 traps, and we have found about 65 of them being positive at this point for West Nile. We've had, of course, 14 applications of adulteraciding so far. So that's what we are looking at this point. We continue to weekly have discussions with our city partners, letting them know to bring those traps back to our lab so that we can get them tested and then appropriately take those actions. So that's where we are with the West Nile situation. I wanted to update Commissioner's Court on the next slide for the back-to-school immunizations. As you all know, we started the process early, back in May of 12th, and we have done 7 back-to-school immunization clinics so far, and we have 4 scheduled, and those 4 of them will include us going to those different zip codes that we've identified, and basically mobilizing the immunizations to kids in those zip codes. And we're going to add some more to it, but as I go along, I'll update the Commissioner's Court on that. So that's really the new initiative that we are embarking on, starting on the 9th of August. If you go to the next slide, we have the heat surveillance report, heat-related illness report. We've noticed that there are 2, I want to report to the Commissioner's Court that there are 2 deaths so far. One was a 63-year-old male, and one was a 70-year-old female. And the 63-year-old male was reportedly having with mental illness, and the 70-year-old female had an underlying medical condition. And both of these individuals reportedly were affected by the heat and may have directly or indirectly caused their death because of heat. But again, I want to assure this Commissioner's Court we are doing everything possible in order to mitigate the heat situation. We've had about 6 to 7 blitzes in which we have opened basically the process for individuals to come in and get assistance. Those individuals that don't have, cannot pay their bills or have a problem with their utility providers closing their accounts, we want to make sure they come in, get this assistance, and then we are able to reconnect them in terms of their utility so they continue getting the chilled air that they're supposed to during this situation. We also have basically made available air conditioning units to those individual households that don't have any chilled air. And in this effort, what we've done is we've reached out to various foundations and shored up enough funding. So you'll see in your
Yeah, today we're voting in several items for money to
Yes.
get their conditioners. And the heat hotline to mobilize and donated air conditioning, it's already on our website,
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Schiebermeyer?
it should be.
And it is?
Yes,
And
Commissioner.
the information is in English and Spanish?
It is in, I know it's there, but I need to verify if it's in English and Spanish. I'll confirm that, and
And
obviously...
send me the link, please.
Absolutely,
so
we'll
I
do
can
that.
promote.
We'll
Thank
definitely
you.
do that. That number to contact in case anybody needs assistance is 214-819-1848. They don't have air conditioning units. We want to get those air conditioning units to them. We have inventory on stock, enough to handle the situation, and we have additional funding coming in so we can get additional air conditioning units to mobilize to those individuals.
Well, where are we on the assistance? I know that's on my docket today for some other donations.
Right.
Where are we seeing an increase in those individuals who are applying for a utility assistance?
At this time of the year, we are seeing a surge in terms of, that's why we had those blitzes. So because we know that there are people out there that cannot pay their utility bills, and so we opened the system up for them to come in. So you have your regular 5-day process where people come in and apply for assistance. These are outside that 5-day process where we say, like on a Saturday or after hours, we open up, it's like a open, folks can come in. And we've also partnered with TXU for setting up these blitzes. So when they notice that there are individuals that cannot pay their bills, they contact us and put them on this list, and then we are able to see them on a fast-track basis. So yes, there is to answer your question, Commissioner, there has been a surge and there's a need out there at this point.
Well, given the fact that 2 plants in Texas are offline, were taken offline, and given the fact the migration to Texas and the utilization in terms of the grid, and I'm watching the kilowatt usage, I'm real concerned as to whether or not this impact year over year is percentage-wise, I guess I'm asking, because those dollars, I'm watching the dollars, but I'm also watching those individuals who are applying. And so I think that's the report I'm asking for.
Sure.
I'm asking year over year, the amount of funds, the number of individuals who are applying, and the cost.
Okay.
Because the costs have gone up. Even with everybody jockeying for kilowatt hours and usage, they've gone up. In fact, I think we just had the hottest July on record.
Yes, that's true.
So I'd like to see a report generated to the court.
Absolutely. We'll definitely do that, yes.
And on that, let me jump in on that. Each summer, we call in Encore, and we do a look at whether we have any brownout danger, things of that nature. The plants that have gone offline were essentially only being used almost like peaker plants when it was very, very hot, because it was so not cost effective to use an old coal plant. What they're telling me is the new solar and the wind that's coming on is far outstripping that. And so as far as brownouts, and therefore as far as like demand spikes, like we saw in the mid-2000s, they don't expect that to occur, and we seem to be in pretty good shape. And our federal partners look at that and I concur too. We're lucky in Texas that we have our own electric grid, basically. And so we're not subject to problems in other places. And of course, we produce a heck of a lot of not only gas and oil, but wind and sun. So.
And then, of course, lastly, I just wanted to report to the Commissioners Court, we did about a total of 311 hepatitis A shots to the homeless populations. And that's, again, one of those initiatives we had to basically ensure that we don't have an outbreak similar to the one in San Diego. So I just want to report that that was a successful process, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job.
Commissioner Price, you have several presentations. Judicial management first.
Yeah. Well, I think that one of the court orders will deal with part of that judicial management. I've said something to staff about placing an order on for the next court with part of that. So the pretrial piece, and I'll deal with that when we get to that. The Office of Information Technology, I think everybody sent you. They generated the difference, and I brought up in the last court with regards to these projects. You know, I don't think these numbers tell all the story. And what's interesting to me, I've met with the people in Tarrant County. I just find it, you know, real peculiar that we have so much more outsourcing than the people of Tarrant County. In fact, almost 3 times as much. They are doing the same thing basically in-house. When I look at, you know, the so-called explanation, I guess, or comments, you know, I don't find a lot of comfort level in it. They've got 202 employees. We got 118. They got 13 outsourced. We got 40. They talk about the number of PCs and units they have, but all of their stuff is up to date. And it's my understanding. Are they compliant? Are they compliant? Are they
CJIS compliant?
Yeah, as far as compliance for CJIS is concerned, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. To my knowledge, they are.
Yeah,
But certainly, I could.
no, they are, but we're not. And so, you know, when I continue to look at you know, all of this doesn't tell us the real episodic conclusion of what's really going on in this department. You know, it's a day and night comparison, and we didn't. And I didn't ask for Harris County, didn't ask for Barrett County. Barrett's in with us on the text share, but Harris is not. But when you look at the amount of funds that are being spent, when you look at the fact that they're not buttressing these concerns that we have with regards to being compliant, and it's not recent. You know, their compliance is not a recent, you know, we're forced to try to get there. I mean, they're there. And so I just find all of it. I look at their IT budget, you know, as a percent of the total county budget versus Dallas County. I saw the general ratios. I saw the staff ratios. I still say that, you know, Houston, not as in Harris County, but Houston, we have some trouble, and we're not there.
I would suggest, too, that the Dallas market is a little different from Tarrant County market also. The competition in the private sector puts Dallas County in a little bit of a different position. I've talked to a lot of people in the industry, both public and private. The competition is incredibly stiff, and we have, but I recognize that we're not done yet in a lot of areas. We will be CJIS compliant. I'm very confident of that.
No, I know. But let me just say, I've heard this same excuse before. I heard
Not
that
an
with
excuse, sir.
I've heard this excuse with DSOs. The fact that we were having trouble being compliant because, you know, Tarrant County was doing so much more. It's a 30-minute drive. And for the difference, when you look at the Hayes study and you look at the cost, it doesn't make, you know, for the difference in the market, they'll drive 30 minutes. That has nothing to do with it. 30-minute drive, we heard that, and we've heard it in the sheriff's department, we've heard it, but that is not the case. It's a 30-minute drive. It's freeways, it's tollways. It's a 30-minute drive. And if when you look at the salaries, you know, it is not a difference between a mark and draw. That's the reason we make the comparison, even with our tax structure. I mean, all of that. And so, you know, I continue to hear that. The problem is, you know, it's one thing. It's management, and it's management, and it's management. And so when we become compliant, you know, if we become compliant, we will see. So the talk about the information technology project, CGIS, no need talking about it. We're not compliant. I've talked about management, and so it is what it is. This does not tell the story. I don't know, and again, I've met with some of those people in Tarrant County. I don't know how we get to where, you know, they are. It is a difference.
Yes, sir. I would point out, based upon the information that you gathered, because that information came from my counterpart there at Tarrant County, is that obviously the budget sizes are obviously different. I think course interest is that we make sure that we are very streamlined as far as what we do, and certainly we want to try to make sure we manage the dollars according to the course interest. And obviously the course interest has been pretty pointed that we basically become compliant, and that's the directive I basically given to staff, both the full-timers as well as the contract staff, that we will be compliant. We don't have an option not to be. And so that's what we typically are doing, is not only for us calling in inviting in the state auditor to come in March to see where we were, to be able to come back. He'll be here next week to go through and actually do another pre-audit, and then they'll basically come back for the formal audit in October. So we expect to be compliant.
How many Windows 7 does Tarrant County have?
I can certainly find that information out for you, sir.
You should know. You sent your people. I know how many systems they have. How many Windows 7s do they have?
Yes, sir. Again, I can certainly find.
How many Windows 7s do we have?
I can certainly provide that information to you, sir.
But again, the majority of ours Windows 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But again, Windows 7, as we mentioned before, is still a compliant CGIS operating system. Windows 10 is actually more current, but Windows 7 is compliant, and it'll be compliant until January 2020. So certainly based upon the course interest, we're going to go through and move all the platforms to.
Is that the reason we're spending $14 million this year to just replace, how many systems replacing?
The court approved, the court approved on the, yes, sir, the court.
3,000? And how many systems do we have overall? Yeah, 6,000, so we're going to spend $14 million to replace 50% of them. And, yeah, we're
About time we do that, too.
And we believe that's in concert with the court's interest to go through and actually accelerate that.
It's beyond the court's interest. That's my point. But you know, I'm making the apples to apples comparison. You know,
yes,
making apples to apples comparison. You know, they're not having to make that spend, and they don't have that many. I mean, 7s. You can keep talking about 7s as operating system. That's in this environment. That's outdated. And that's the reason we're spending $14 million.
Again, sir, based upon the course interest, we're basically, and based upon the conversations with the county administrator's office as well as the county budget office, we are basically making the investment to get those systems replaced based upon modernization, as also to make sure we are CGIS compliant. And certainly, I think if you take a look at the actual budgets available in Tarrant County, Tarrant County's budget, if I can recall, is with their not only operating budget but also their capital budget is $64 million. Ours, we typically spend on the capital out of unallocated reserves in the O&M line is close to $40 million, maybe close to 44, so around $40 million. And what we're doing now is we're basically working with the budget office to go through and actually fund those items that typically needed to be upgraded as far as modernizations, and certainly we're going to continue to make that happen as well.
use is not acceptable. But nonetheless, Mr. Martin, we know the difference in terms of what's going on with technology. And I just don't understand why nobody's wanting to pull the trigger around here. But nonetheless, it's still, the difference is management. And the only reason we're talking about $14 million worth of computers and what we're doing this year is because some of us have become engaged with regards to this dadgum department.
It's because we are now biting the bullet and doing what we should have been doing along the way.
Well, I don't say, again, I'm going to ask you, Ryan, have I seen PIRs regarding this? I mean, I've kind of been here for all the budget presentations. Have I seen a PIR for replacing these dadgum computers, 3,000 computers?
The Commissioners Court has not seen a request from the IT department
And
prior
from the IT department. So were they expecting me to submit it?
Sir.
Or were they expecting?
There are priorities on the budgets.
No, PIRs are PIRs. That's legendary in terms of what departments ask for. Whether or not this court turns it down is the prerogative and the purview of this court. But we have a process by which departments make a submission. It's called a PIR. And I went back and have not seen any PIRs regarding 3,000 computers.
Well, and I think, Commissioner Price is right on target when he says that the priorities have not been there. But now, in this agenda item, we have $2 million to start correcting what it hasn't been a priority. And I think that most of our employees feel frustrated. I have judges that say they have technology from, the 1980s, and definitely that's not acceptable. But I do see the department and the committee and the administration trying to turn this around. It's the only way it's going to happen. Like Commissioner Price, we're going to have to bring this to the table and, hey, go through it. One way or another, we need to bring technology up in Dallas County. Thank you.
Well, like another piece that's going to be coming up in a few on an agenda item. This court, all I'm saying is this court has not turned out department. I mean, there may be some people who can talk about personnel and say, we made the submission, and the court turned it down. There's a trail. This is not the case. And I'm going to continue to talk about it because it's not the case. It's not the court. It's the department. Anyway.
Commissioner Daniel and Major Victor, I know you
Yes, sir.
spent a lot of hours, and thank
But
you for
again,
the work.
certainly based upon the guidance from the County Administrator's Office, we are going to go through to make sure we upgrade the infrastructure. In the previous years, what we typically did is we tried to manage the actual budget based upon what was there. And what we did do is we basically did buy several computers and so on and so forth. But the thing is that in fiscal year 16-17, we typically had an issue with the unallocated reserve as far as the amount that typically was calculated. We basically thought we had, I think it was $5.7 million to go through and actually do things like upgrade systems. And basically we turned in April of 2017, I think we understand that number was more like $2.2 million. And that same kind of phenomenon occurred again. But what we did is, but this year, we said, okay, we're just going to go through and actually go for broke and stuff, that just go ahead and actually start ordering systems based on the dollars that were available. Phase 1. Phase 2 of this year, we started basically doing that until we could confirm we had dollars. Obviously, with the court's interest, they said go ahead and actually start upgrading the infrastructure, and that's exactly what we're doing. And that's the reason why we typically have these items before the court for the last couple of months now. So certainly we're going to continue to go through and actually do just that.
Oh, Craig, is there another county that's urban county that is not CJIS compliant? I did see him here, I thought earlier. Did he leave?
No.
He left?
No, he's here.
Oh, right there, sorry.
You don't know? Does somebody else want to tell me? Is there another urban county that is not CJIS compliant? And what does CJIS mean for us? That criminal justice information system, if it's not compliant, we are on our last leg We've been down this road for years. We're on our last leg. And if we are not CJIS compliant here within the next 60 days, next 90 days, guess what?
And again, sir, as I said, we don't expect that we will
I know you
not
don't
be.
expect. You didn't expect to be here. You didn't expect to be here.
Excuse me, I beg to differ with that. The plan has been in place for CJIS to be in compliance.
It has
The plan
been.
is being implemented as we speak.
But the point is that you haven't been compliant. They have given us the sine die.
Got
to
to admit that
basically
before either Mr. Viktram or I were here, Dallas County was not
But again,
compliant.
but we do understand that those things, some of those items have been on my watch, and certainly I take responsibility for that. I'm not ducking that at all. But certainly based upon the court's directive to say, get compliant. That's why we basically started when we had the last CISO that came in.
So it took the court to tell you to get compliant.
No, sir, we did not. No, sir. So what we did is that as August of last year, whenever we basically started to said we need to be basically compliant, we started that process in August of last year. That was before the interest of the court certainly made sure that we had the dollars available. We started that process to basically make sure that we started that process of being compliant. And certainly we can go through and provide those timelines for the court if that's their interest.
Thank you. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Mr. Price, you have another.
The inland port presentation, I don't know if they sent it to you.
Yeah.
In 2004, when we began that, the taxable value in that port was $1.4 million. Today, the market value is $5 million, and Rick, billion, I'm sorry, did I say million? Billion. Rick, you have this report. I think we've sent it to most of the court, but we want you to understand that Carter continues to produce in a way that Wilmer, the change in tax value is up 10%. Lancaster, the tax value is up 14%, and Hutchins, the tax value is up for 14%. The change in the values were 13% for Lancaster, 38% for Wilmer, and 98% for Hutchins. And so if the court has that, I just want to know that particular Carter continues to thrive, and we continue to see an increase in value. There's a difference between the market value of $5 billion and the tax value was about almost $3 billion, I think, according to Ken Nolan. So we continue to see that. I did, during the break, take both the county administrator, assistant county administrator, and some others. We toured that entire inland port area, and we saw all of so we spent a day out there looking at all of the projects that are either in the queue or coming. It is transitioning those three cities. And so,
Well, and also that part of the city of Dallas that's in our inland port is booming as well.
well, that's exactly those are the challenges.
Connecting the dots.
That's it. And the last thing I did, Tony Pippin's pool. Where is she? You hear Ms. Poole?
Yes.
I know you got some other things on today. I had asked you. Some people interpreted the security piece a little differently. I wanted you to reassure our voters and our constituents, even though you got outdated equipment, maybe it's too old to have. Hello? Yeah, that's okay. Don't comment. Don't comment. It's too old to have. All the line, yeah. But let's talk about that, because all of this stuff about hacking and about being able to vote and to participate. I want you to provide that comfort level, because there were some, regardless of whether the IT department knows that, there were some attempts last time to hack our system. Our system is not online.
That's correct.
Okay, and that is the marked difference in terms of being able to access the system.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just want to give that comfort level,
right,
because we hear all of this that's going on. I'm not saying hold on to old technology, so we won't do that. I'm just saying, and we're going to move. That's another $30 million. I got that. But I want you to give, or thereabouts, a comfort level that, we don't anticipate the kind of issues that appears to be looming in the environment with people penetrating our election system.
Well, that is absolutely true. Our current system is not connected to the internet. It's a standalone system. During Election Day, we do have paper-based for Election Day. And also our DRR's touchscreen election equipment is not connected to the internet. It's downloaded to a flash drive, and the flash drives are brought internally into our office and downloaded onto another standalone system. In the state of Texas, we can't have any of our election computers connected to the internet. So we're different in that capacity.
So, let me, people have seen in the media, and by the way, I want to commend you on your poll book RFP, because I went through that in detail on the security provisions. It looks like they're, based on everything I'm reading and seeing, you're doing a great job there of making sure we get a secure system. But
Finally.
something that's been out there that really worried me, because our provider is ES&S.
Correct.
And the media is talking about how ES&S provided PC Anywhere to elections departments, so when they had a problem, they go on PC Anywhere and fix it from their home office. We never had PC Anywhere.
No, we never have.
Because we're not online. And so
Right.
PC Anywhere is only about online. It's like I'm sitting in my office in Chicago.
Right.
You call me, I work on your computer.
Dallas County has elected to have their own inside programmer. So we've had our programmers for over 30 years to be directly in the office maintaining those files and creating those files and the ballot layout and the ballot counting. So it's all been in-house.
Well, and that's the comfort level I want to give, our voters, our citizens, because
Absolutely.
we're getting commingled with everything else that's in the universe.
Correct.
My vote doesn't count. That is not the case.
Correct.
In Dallas County.
Correct.
And as we move forward, Commissioner, because you're right, I have gotten those questions and those comments as well. As we move forward, thanks to Senator West, it certified another company that can sell voting equipment to Dallas County. We will be sure that the security measures for any election are followed. I got a lot of emails also asking for a paper trail, and I have forwarded those to Ms. Toni Pippin-Spool and her staff. To reassure people that in Dallas County your vote counts.
We also have that again in our voting system RFP. We have a complete section about security and how they're going to produce that for us. So we do have that in our next generation of voting system, is that and also not only are they certified by the state, they're certified nationally through the Elections Administration. There is a test that they all have to go through and prove this through the experts that are within on the national level and also on local and state levels.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to continue to put that out there, because right now everything's getting commingled about, hacking.
Right. And I do want to say that the state, the state did receive about $23.3 million in regards to this area, and they have elected to maintain it, the voter registration system. They've also allocated funds for training the elections officials on this, and this is definitely what we all need, because this is an area that is new to us. We don't know a lot about that to make sure that we pass this on in our department. So we're getting training, more and more training, not only just for the system, but also any other type of alerts that are given to us about Chronos, about Google, about Oracle, about Java, about Enterprise, about a lot of different softwares. So they're giving us training in those areas as well.
Tony, I'd like to ask, and this is helpful for us and for the people in the room, but there are a lot of people out there that are worried about the integrity of elections, foreign interference, et cetera. Right, and so I'm hopeful that you can prepare something for the website that lays out a couple of things that would be very reassuring to people. For instance, our elections equipment is never hooked to the internet.
Okay, definitely we'll put that on
Internet
there.
hackers cannot get in. They have to break into the facility.
Right.
And also with the electronic poll book, in case people have questions about that, even after that is done and we have electronic poll books, they won't be hooked to the internet either, right?
Yes, they will. They'll be coming through our Dallas County VPN system. So it's just as good as our VPN with IT can explain exactly. But they will be coming in directly to our VPN. It's not going out to any cloud or anything like that. It's going through
So
the VPN system,
they'll be vulnerable only if people hack the VPN.
Dallas County's VPN.
Okay.
Well, but you need to concretize a second plan with
Right.
regards to that, okay? That's
And that's part of the training that we'll be receiving from the state.
And I think the judge has a good idea about putting something that is very visible in our website about the safety of you both in Dallas County, and as we start, preparing for November, that people feel comfortable. And as we move to voting centers, because,
Right.
guys, we're going to move out of this dated equipment too, so we need to be sure that everything is secure.
Well, my staff monitors. Yeah, I guess what bothers me, y'all are all, first of all, when you tell, fake news number one, but, fake period. My concern is, how many hits did you have on your website?
I'm sorry?
Hits on the web.
No, how many hits? How many people?
Check your
Oh, it really depends. On election day, we can have over 30,000, 40,000 hits.
My point is, hell, we got 1,200,000 people registered to vote. We never had more than about, 800,000, at the optimum vote. So I guess what I'm asking, so you got 30,000 hits on election day. Whoopee. You can put all you want to out there on that website. How do you get the word out, damn it? The word. I mean, everybody's not out there.
Right.
Everybody's not out there. And so I want you to figure out, I want you to concretize a plan to be able to get some level of security. That's what this discussion was all about, that everything's okay.
Put it on Fox News.
When you put it on the website,
That's the way
that'll be where the news will look.
They're putting on the website.
Definitely, as we normally do, we're getting ready to release a press release. We'll give a press release out in regards to it. Hopefully, it'll get on radio, TV, and trying to get it out there as much as we possibly can. And we're going to be working with a lot of different organizations. We'll be working with the political parties, making sure that they get that same information. So we're trying to put it out there as much as we can.
And I'm not discounting what he said. I'm just saying, don't make you all enveloped. 30,000, most you got hits, really? I mean, we got, I think that was the number I saw on the two-day voting on the colleges.
Yeah.
30,000. Okay?
Okay.
So my point is,
We're coming to that.
Yeah, well, I know we're coming to that. I'm just still saying about getting the word out. Thank you, Tony.
Tony, one other thing, without getting too much into the specifics. Last year, I met with a special agent in charge, top cybersecurity person, and top election person for the FBI here. And there was no reason to report anything. There was nothing untoward in that meeting. The meeting was about election integrity and attempts to get into our data. But without talking about that, any more about that meeting, what I can tell you is they all, to a person, offered to be of help to us in the future if we need that. So as the state works with you, I'd encourage you, and you can reach through our office, and we'll get the special agent in charge and his team to help as well, because we want to make sure that we have good election integrity and that people know that we have good election integrity and there's nobody hacking into anything or changing their vote.
Yeah, and we are working with a lot of national agencies and the FBI and Homeland Security.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Ryan? Yeah.
Mr.
I know
Brown.
you couldn't wait.
I can wait all the time. I'm sit here.
Meat and potatoes. Let's
This
go.
is the FY19 budget update, and I'm not going to actually go through all the slides, but I do want to at least touch this slide and then talk about the rest of the slides. The FY 2018, or the calendar year 2018 certified tax roll came in at $208.45 billion, which represents a 9.62% increase from the prior year. You can see that it was an increase in all categories that make up that. The new positions that were briefed on July 3rd, plus the ones that are on for August 7th, plus there will be one more briefing on the August 21st briefing agenda for the Institute of Forensic Science DNA positions, which are primarily self-liquidating. You'll end up with 54 additions and 15 deletions. We're still working through the reclassifications, so you'll get a copy of of our recommendations on the spreadsheet once I've completed those. I will also update the spreadsheet.
Where did the new positions come from?
Those new positions were, first batch was briefed on July 3rd. That was the...
But where did they come from?
They all came from PII requests from the departments.
Oh, PIR?
Yes, they are. The budget is, building will have a 3% structure increase with steps funded for law enforcement and basically your court coordinators, and it'll cost about $15 million for that. Replacement vehicles is up a little bit from this year. We found a batch of vehicles that we didn't realize that weren't on a list somewhere, and so we incorporated them this year, and so we upped that up to $2.3 million.
Is that option, I read so much of this stuff, is that option, is that your option?
That was, Jonathan did a really nice summary of that to the Commissioners Court yesterday, or the day before, and so he's reviewed it, the staff's reviewed it, and we've concluded that this is the right answer for this year. And then there will be a handful that we won't be replacing for a variety of reasons, and he did a very good job of explaining.
Well, but total, and I saw your piece, but total, I got one list where what I call and then there was a second list. So combined, it's only $2 million?
The final list is $2.3 million for vehicles. And that, I don't recall, Jonathan, do you recall how many vehicles that actually was?
The list that I sent, Commissioner, included special funding, including grant funding for vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay.
So everything is in
Yeah,
there.
for my purposes, I included just general fund, those that are
Okay.
being paid from either grants, household hazardous waste, or,
Right, okay.
It also includes, like we've been discussing over the years, in a greener vehicle force, more environmentally friendly.
we're starting to get there. We're not quite where we probably could be at this point, but that is something we certainly can look in 2020 as we
Correct,
move
because
on.
we thought that it would take us at least 6 or 7 years to get there. So we're on track on that part.
Right, and I believe there is one included in the list to give it a try and see how it functions.
I thought I saw that.
That was the county's first electric vehicle. There's also CNG replacement vehicles too. So as Ryan said, it'll take us several years to get there, but we're on course.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bazan.
You've been on this course.
The retirement contribution for the county is going to go from 12.26 to 12.4%, and that's about $400,000 to $100,000. Replacement equipment, I have here $2 million. It's probably going to be closer to $3 million once I started looking at some additional stuff that my staff has been producing, but that we should be able to make that fit. The good news for employees is there's no change in the health insurance. We had a very good year on health insurance on the county side, so we're not going to need to adjust the employees' contribution.
And is it going to cost us more money to do that?
Actually, it's not going to cost us more money. We're just going to be static straight across.
Thanks, Obama.
That 40,
Thank you. Oh, what do you mean, Obama?
It has
Well,
to
we'll
do,
see.
it really has to do with we didn't have any really high health claims at this point in time. And that really, it's amazing how that, you get $5 million plus health claims, even with your stopgap insurance, it hits that fund so hard.
Yeah, in the past, we have had 1 or 2 employees with high insurance costs that
but
hit
we went
us.
to, but also, we forced the issue. We also went to a high deductible.
Well, that has been
Yes. Yes.
Actually, this started during President Obama.
And people, certain segments of our population are starting to realize that high deductible plan, or the health savings plan, which is what I prefer to call it, actually is a very, very good plan if you're young and healthy, if you're a high income earner, and if you're very, very sick, because you hit your out-of-pocket very quickly, and then it's just 100%, so you don't have that constant thing.
Exactly.
And people are starting to realize that. For the rest of our population, they do need to probably want to stay in the PPO, because it is slightly better for them.
All right.
Could we go back to the salary increase?
Yeah.
3% is essentially holding stable.
3%, I believe Emmett would agree, is about what the market is going to be providing this year. My
So it
hope,
really isn't an
we're
increase.
not meeting much of a movement in the direction of what the Hay study said we need to do, because that's where
What would Hay Study recommend?
Oh, 5.
A 5% increase.
I
But
think
this puts us, just following the Hayes study, because, we were 15 points below last time. This 3% increase really just keeps us on
steady.
track, right? It's not giving us any more.
we gained a few years earlier when
With
we
the
gave the
8%.
5 and we gave
When we did 8.
We gained on those years. This is just going to be one of those years where we're going to be static. My
Well, what
goal,
would happen if we did a 5?
we probably wouldn't be able to add any money towards IT. Yeah.
I'm for
Because
5.
you
I'm for 5.
you see right there that, I'm recommending that we move to 0.2 cents into.
Okay, no, but let's take a look and just see, because we don't have a final number.
I do want to take a look at a closer, when I do the 2020 budget, and take a look at if we can push that a little bit more on the salary side. One of the things that I want to get permission from the Commissioners Court to take a look at, and law enforcement may want to give me a hug, is after this year, there will be 2 groups of people who aren't at the step 10 or the maximum of the law enforcement that got caught during the freeze. And so I want to take a look at the cost to move them to, increase them or speed them up. And I also want to take a look at everybody who's below max in hire, but's been hired, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and build in a process to move them to max in hire so that we can fix some of the structural injustice that
I'd like to
occurred
take a
within our
look at some of the
system
numbers
when
of-
we hit the freeze. So we
you're
couldn't do it
doing that.
before because it was so expensive, but now that we're getting close to where law enforcement is where they would have been anyways, it may not be too outside of the ballpark for us to be able to afford. So I want to work with HR, and I want to work payroll and build the costs and see what that looks like for 2020.
Because the cost of housing in Dallas County has also increased dramatically over the last couple of years, too.
We're going to have another good year on housing values for 2020, so I think this is an opportunity that, assuming everything else kind of falls in the right places, that we can really help our compensation.
For the citizens, or the good
Well,
news
it
for
makes
who spend
making
tax
mortgage and
Say,
making
Ryan,
mortgage and rent.
Yes,
Over the
Commissioner.
last 3 years, how much have we seen an increase? In other words, it's 9.62 this year. You look at the last 2 years and you add this year, what does that give us?
You can't just add the increases, but if you said the last 3 years?
Last 4 years.
Yes,
If you do last 4 years,
Yeah,
if it's the last 4
FY16.
years, it's 40%.
It went from 188 billion to 245 billion, so if someone wanted to do the math.
Over
real quick,
4
they could
years?
see. Mhm. It's going to be close to 40%.
Because you have to lay it on there cumulatively. It's like putting money on interest in a bank.
So 40%, so next year, if we have another good year, we can get up to 50%, correct?
I don't expect it to be that good.
Oh, really?
No,
Well, it'd be
it is-
46, 47?
I expect next year we'll have another 6.5 to 7.5 growth.
Because things are slowing down just
Yeah,
a little.
things are
Just
slowing.
about a half.
Right.
It's going to 50%.
And of course,
So the question is, in your budget, I know you're going to get to it in just a minute, but the cuts that we're going to have, So I'm still waiting to see that.
The cuts that were briefed a few months back that we had talked about, some of the things we're working on, we're still working on. At this point in time, none of those have come into fruition. There is the 15 positions that are being deleted in the budget. That number will actually increase a bit once I finish up working through a few of the other areas. But at this point in time, I have not had a chance to truly sit down with departments and talk about, fundamental shifts and adjustments in their budgets.
And on fundamental shifts, one thing that's going to cost us, and I wondered how much, your next item is a 0.2 movement of the tax rate from the general fund to major technology, which eventually will mean that for every oncoming year, there's that much less money in the GR for everything but technology. So just this year, how much is that 0.2?
That 0.2 for next year means you're giving them about $8.6 million more for your IT year fund. Now, it's in the following slides, which I wasn't going to dive too deep into, but remember, really, GR, General Rev, is everything but debt service. With a stroke of a pen, Commissioners Court can move money within all these other funds. We just kind of carve them off because we historically realized is at the end of a budget process, we would have pay raises buying IT equipment. And we realized that pay raises was one every time. So we decided to carve off a chunk and say, hey, we're going to say this is for IT. We could always have used it for pay raises, but once you say it's for IT, you kind of mentally get there and think, okay, this is carved away.
We've been doing that
and we've done that since
forever.
1998.
Exactly.
And moving it too.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
But in theory, all of that's flexible within, and that's why when we borrow within funds, it's really not a true borrowing. In other words, there doesn't have to be a payback because it is still general rev. Legally, you can do what you want with it. Policy would be the only reason you had that payback or that discussion of that.
Because part of what we're talking about, too, you made reference to the downturn
Yes.
roughly 10 years ago, and the impact that had not only on salaries, but on deferred spending on maintenance, on repairs, on a whole variety of other areas also, right?
Right, absolutely. That caused all kinds of problems on top of some actual things that we had been lingering for, Jonathan will tell you, 20, 25 years. Right. And so, yes, that's why we have had to hold the line on our tax rate and really plow this additional money into making sure that our buildings are up to date, that we're now going to make sure that our IT is going to be up to date, and plus plow and get some compensation increases to allow our employees to continue to reap some of the rewards of the continued employment here.
But and Mr. Otters, I know you're going to want to weigh in here, but when I look at 120, when I look at 196, we're doing okay. Now I'm not, like I said, that three structure, I'm there. Because, as I said, what's not shown is, some other things in terms of the funds that we talked about.
Sure.
Yeah, 14 million computers.
We've got a lot of needs, and
well,
really,
those are not needs; those are necessities.
A lot of necessities, or / priorities, which was a term that was used previous to this, and it is incumbent that we have and we do spend the money to meet those things. It's also incumbent on me because I've always told you that it's perfectly okay to borrow money that's not encumbered in 196 to do these needs because it's available, but I will always let you know if I feel we're getting close to where we may have to start borrowing to meet a transportation project. Because remember, we have the only thing in that 196 that's a true commitment, and a commitment is different than an encumbrance, is transportation, because it's set aside for.
We're there, so you need to tell us.
And that's what the next couple slides say is that for 2019, I believe you're okay. I think you'll be able to meet your needs for IT. I think you're going to be able to meet your needs for buildings. But we drew down a $10 million between 17 and 18. And I think in 18, we're probably drawing down about $20 million. So I expect the fund balance to be somewhere about $50 million, $45 million, and 196. But you've got commitments of probably 150 to 200 million sitting out there.
Close to 200.
And so that's why I'd always said we're going to have a skip year in 2020. And so as we plan into 2020, we need to discuss what does that skip year really mean? Because if you're going to spend $100 million for buildings and open space and you skip transportation, you didn't gain anything because there's only $100 million coming into the fund. Alternatively, you can choose to say, we're going to start doing borrowing again. That would be a decision the court can make. But we need to discuss those, we need to map it out, I need to lay out the groundwork and work with whoever I need to work with so that you see and can make those decisions. Cantrell has been the advocate, the most strongest advocate, but I believe the court made a great decision when they decided to go pay-as-you-go. Because you're not paying that interest. And you allow yourself to build up the money to be able to do these things. But if we're going to continue to go march down that road, we need to plan it out, make sure we're good.
Two of us, but that's okay.
Well, I would say too, because I definitely support the philosophy, because that does save money on interest and debt. But I also appreciate the fact that in the last 5 years that I've been here, that the attention to the deferred spending has been a very planned approach. And I appreciate that. In fact, there are other needs that are now in that planned approach. So that planning and looking ahead the next 5 years makes a lot of sense to a planner.
We need to do that planning.
Right.
And I've had discussions with various members of the court. I'm not going to be here for 5 years. I plan on retiring at some point in time and enjoying my senior years.
Well, that was out of left field, Mr. Ryan.
25 years old, by the way. But I mean, when we talk about that skip year, if that's truly what we're going to do, that skip year, and hold that $100 million, we have to look at what the impact of that's going to be. Because again, that impact means deferred maintenance again. It means that there's no road projects that year. That means that there's no open space projects that year. That means we hold that $100 million. So we'll have to generate for you that information.
But it doesn't have to be a complete zero. Remember, transportation project, we say they won't. She'll still have projects she'll be doing, but they'll be from prior year commitments. You're just not doing a new commitment. Jonathan is going to tell you there's absolutely no way you can say we're just not going to do anything in 2020. But you got to figure out what is the right number that allows you to do what you need to do and still be able to start building back some reserves, because Alberta is starting to spend more money. The cities are now reaching the same conclusions we have, that their cash is available and they're starting to be able to meet their commitments. We've opened up the policy to allow us to do economic development, which really means that some of those projects where the cities didn't have the money, we may step in internally and become the difference maker to make the project. So transportation projects will start accelerating.
But we're able to justify it.
Yes, I'm not saying it was a bad decision. I'm just saying that will increase the velocity of those projects moving forward. And Alberta's very happy to do that. And I think as a court, we're very happy to do that. And as citizens, they'll be happy to have it. Everyone's going to be good. We just need to make sure on the financial side that we have the proper plans in place to make sure it works. And I believe we do, but we do need to make sure, because as I said, I still don't want to be the person who sits here and says we don't have the money to do a transportation project, and then we have to go back to the city and say, give us 90 days because we have to go borrow. And that's just an embarrassment I don't believe you want, I don't certainly want, and so I need to make sure I plan properly. I'm also setting aside $2 million for the pretrial release program and public defenders and the DAs as bail bond reform comes through. Ultimately, I do believe this will be very good money spent, and it's probably more than $2 million, because at some point in time, we should start reaping the rewards of a lower jail population and be able to look at closing the tower and be able to look at doing some of those, get some of that savings on the, not having to hold them in jail and secure that environment, but instead have them on electronic monitoring or some sort of other monitoring and out of, released from jail. And so that is less expensive. Right now it's more expensive because you really haven't seen the savings in the jail side and you're still having to do all the pretrial release piece. But at some point that will shift.
And Ryan, you had sent out a memo on the possible cuts, and one of them, closing that tower, I think is $20 million. Yeah. And that's a recurring cut, so it's not just $20 million next year, it's $20 million every year it's
Correct.
Closed.
Well, Ryan, that is not realistic.
Let me step in. The unfortunate thing is from that, we've actually increased population, about
Exactly.
250,
That's
which is not uncommon as we went into the summer.
Well, and if you look year to date, that, like I said, that's not realistic. And you don't,
It won't be realistic until we get down to 4,300, and
You said 47, I thought earlier.
no,
you can't just be at the 47 is when I could say you could do it, but if you then went to 48 the next week, you'd just be reopening. So you need to have enough cushion below where that needs to be to truly make it work. I think bail reform is going to get you there because in theory, you're going to have a bunch of people. I mean, think of it. There's 1,600 people on felony pending in jail. There's another 300 in misdemeanor pending in jail. You've got 240 or 50 that are pending just the filing of a misdemeanor. And these people are the types of, a chunk of those are the ones that we are going to be looking at changing it so that they are being released on some sort of monitoring.
I guess what concerns me, and I understand the cost associated with custody versus non-custody, I want to see how you're going to drive that over on the other side with reference to the courts. Because that equation, and I know that has not been part of the, of the equation. Or, as I said, when the sheriff stood here and said she's got 65,000 active warrants, and she's got 100,000, but she got 65,000 that she thinks that are not duplicates. So, there's some other factoring there. And
Clearly, it's the factor that, those individuals showing up. But most of those 65,000 will then be given some sort of bond that will allow them to be released. Now, you are right, their issue is going to be the no-show, and then suddenly they're going to come back to jail, be arrested on a second charge because they didn't show up. That's where you want to make sure you do your best job possible on your pretrial release monitoring to try to make sure the show rate is as good as possible. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you have 5 officers in the jail watching 48 inmates in a 24-hour period. One pretrial release officer can monitor 48 people. So you do have that. And if that means you still have to add some stuff on the warrant side, or you have to add stuff in the jails, you're still better off. Because you'll be able to spend that money that you're saving. You may not be direct savings that you can give for pay raises, but you're at least switching it so that it's not all just on jailer side. And there's truly ultimately will be some savings that you'll be able to use for pay raises. I guarantee it.
What is our total budget?
Total budget's going to be about $900 million this year.
$900 million.
Yeah, just short.
I added up the amounts here, and it comes to about 24. So we're talking about, as far as discretionary, this is a relatively small percentage, and you've already discussed a little bit about what a budget means.
Yeah.
And there is that possibility of prioritizing and looking at more long-term planning on a variety of issues, so that we're not keeping in mind that we're only doing a slice a year.
Correct. Yeah, and that is true. It's a big budget. It's virtually $1 billion, but there really, at the end of the day, is only about $50 million that isn't already called for by the time you get down
And I
to it.
definitely respect taxpayers' money. There's no doubt about that. But all I'm saying is that there is some movement that can be done without sinking the ship.
There definitely is. And as and I've said this before and I'll say it again, we do a great job of identifying when new resources need to be added for a problem, but we don't do a great job of identifying when fundamental changes are occurring in our system and therefore staff or resources aren't needed.
But ultimately, I'd like to keep focus on the fact that personnel is still one of our biggest expenses, right?
It's 80% of our budget.
And so that is an area that I am very attuned to and very aware of the impact of increased property taxes, of increased housing costs, of increased school costs, and our responsibility to be responsible to our staff and to Dallas County residents.
Well, we can only do what we can do. We don't have anything to do with schools.
No, but our staff budgets are affected by schools.
Well, hell, we all do.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
But at the end of the day, that's the reason we have, divisions of government. We are responsible for county.
We are responsible for our piece of it, and therefore I do want to say, being very aware of the impact of taxes and salaries on all of us. That's all I'm
The
saying.
we've done extremely well. When you look at this county, with counties around the state, we are the model county. You know, no one even comes close. When you look at the exemptions, when you look at where we own tax rate, when you look at a 20-year, 2 decades of
Absolutely.
in debt,
Yeah,
we're that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, we're models. I can't help it that, you know, if the city or whomever just, I'm not responsible for them. I'm responsible for the county, and that's what I want to continue to focus on.
So that's what my presentation, I'm not going to say, I wasn't going to go through the other slides. You can read them. It's a good history lesson for people to see. You know, I was pleasantly surprised when I saw that, you know, the amount of money that we've actually had already moved off towards IT. It just clearly wasn't enough. And there may not have been a perfect understanding of how the accounting works, and that, you know, using money in one fund is perfectly okay as long as it's needed. You know, and so really the reality is when an IT project or a building project or an open space project is put to you and you guys vote to do it, then my job's easy. It's just where's the money to do it, and I just turn back around and figure out how that's done. And so that's kind of the lesson I wanted to put forth, and we'll just leave it at that.
I like the division that you did in the budget, Mr. Brown. I think it was well done. I think that your presentation really tells us what we can and we cannot do. I'm glad to see that you, well, we're going to vote in the tax rate in a minute, and I'm glad that we all agree that Dallas County has one of the lowest tax rates in the state. And hey, all the needs that we still have. With that being said, I think you give us the tools to look into different ways of doing things when it comes to new construction, when it comes to facilities, when it comes to things that we still have to do. So thank you so much. I also wanted to say, you know, the 3% structured salary, the $15 million includes elected officials. If you can please separate it for me, because I am going to support the the salary increase of 3% for employees, but not for elected officials. So if you can separate that for me, I will appreciate it.
We will be bringing you forth the court order that establishes elected official pay.
Thank you.
And the elected official of the 15 million is about
$200,000 last time.
$200,000.
Yeah, it is not a
How
significant.
many elected officials are there?
Well, there's 83, but most of those are judges, and their salaries set by the state, so they're not
But
getting
we
raises
contribute,
anyways.
we contribute to their salaries, right?
Yes, but we don't increase those.
Correct.
Because they're already at maximum amount, absent the state changes.
Okay, how
that
many
they-
elected officials do we have total responsibility for then?
It's going to be 10, 5, 10, about 25.
About 25. So it's more than just the 5 of us, is what I'm saying.
And as in the past, when we had this dialogue, the department heads felt very strongly that if you didn't give elected official raises, then we wouldn't be able to take raises either.
So we're affecting how many people
Now
when we
you're
vote on
you're
those?
affecting 35, maybe another 5, right, probably somewhere around 40, 45.
Thank you
Of
very
six-
much.
Of 6,000.
Thank you very much for the efforts, appreciate it.
So just after 11 and
You're about to do. And we have a public hearing for Parkland Hospital. Is there a motion to open the public hearing for Parkland Hospital's tax rate? I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Who is speaking for Parkland?
Dr. Cerise is here.
Hey, Ted.
Yeah,
Come on
Dr.
down.
Cease is here.
Morning. All right, you've got the slides in your packet. Good morning, Fred Cerise from Parkland. I'm going to, this is our second in the series of 3 presentations on Parkland's budget.
Hold on. April, why don't you come on down and sit where the court administrator usually sits? Yeah, because I know he's going to need you. There you go.
Good call. So the first page is a review. Last time we talked about some of the financial challenges, and you asked for some of the numbers behind those items. So the first one relates to this current year, FY18. The other 3 are for 19. The reduction in uncompensated care is a result of the ruling on a lawsuit that the Children's Hospital Association of Texas had where they challenged a CMS rule. The state redid a formula for distribution of uncompensated care funds, and that has resulted in a $39 million reduction to Parkland for this current fiscal year. And so when I show you the income statement, I'll show you the impact of that. But that's the first item. The other three relate to 19, the deferral of the Medicaid dish cuts. Those are the federal dish cuts that are put off for one more year, and so we'll have a $4 million benefit from that deferral. The DSRIP is our waiver payments. That's the delivery system reform incentive payments, and those will ratchet down over the next several years. $5 million is our portion of a reduction for 19. And then the Medicare dish payments have increased for Parkland this year and will increase in 19 as well, and that's the $14 million benefit from Medicare related to those payments.
So then the first item on that sheet really referred to 2018 and the other three to 2019.
Correct. And when I show you the income statement, I'll point out the impact of that $39 million. This page just highlights the major initiatives we have for this year to address various pressure points that we have. Behavioral health we've talked about before. This includes our global behavioral health program, which is primarily outpatient-related enhancements to our primary care clinics, adding behavioral health components and coordinating with our ED in our clinics. The inpatient expansion is the work that we need to do to build out. We have 7 shelled rooms, or 6 shelled rooms. We'll build those out as double rooms to increase the capacity on that unit, ultimately from 14 to 28. And then our extended observation unit is part of our, adjacent to our emergency department, and we'll add 18 psychiatric stretchers or chairs there in an extended observation unit so we can treat, stabilize, and transition to outpatient care. Other areas non-behavioral health related have to do primarily with our COPCs and our specialty clinics. The first one is looking at some of the clinics that we have longer wait times and adding services to those. Telehealth and e-consults, that's the email consultation, that will cross a number of our clinics to try to increase throughput. The community partnerships relates to several projects where we have both working with other hospitals in town that either have clinics that we can work with them on to enhance or to pick up those operations, in addition to planning for our next couple of COPCs. This won't add COPCs, but it'll be planning dollars for us because we know that that's part of what we need to address in the coming years. And then
real community health engagement.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
And then you see some of the specialty programs, and again, those are programs where we know we have either long wait times or, in the case of dialysis, where we get backlogs in the ED from patients who are coming to the ED for dialysis. And then the post-acute care will target some of our very long-staying hospital patients, and what those dollars will do, we'll be able to provide access in one of our nursing facilities so that we can transition some of the longer-term unfunded patients out of the hospital to the nursing facility. The income projections, I'll draw your attention first to the blue columns. That's the 18, and the third column of blue at the bottom is our net income for 18, which is a negative $5.7 million. You may remember we were budgeted for a $39 million deficit in 18. The reason we're doing so well relates back to those Medicare dish payments that were not budgeted payments because the federal rule changed after October, and so we enjoyed higher dish payments in the Medicare program. And we were fortunate to have that because of the changes that I pointed out to you earlier, the $39 million that we're losing from the state redistribution, and those will about balance out, and we should finish the year in 18 right about where we budgeted to finish in 18. In 19, at the far right at the bottom, we were projecting at this point a $12.8 million deficit for 19. We are continuing to work on that number, and I fully expect by the time I come back next time that that's going to be very close to a zero and balanced budget for 19. The work that we're doing on that right now still is around FTEs, salaries, and supplies. So it's on the expense side more so than the revenue side. The next page is just a comparison showing you what I presented in June compared to, or rather last month compared to where we are today, and it shows an $18 million shift that is made up of an additional $13 million in expenses in the supply area, and that is primarily related to, the biggest item on here was an $8 million plus item that's related to equipment that was new for the hospital, the new hospital that is now coming off warranty, and so we're seeing a big uptick in that just because the timing is such that we had a lot of new equipment that's coming off of warranty at the same time. That has been folded in, and so that's the largest component there. There are some other issues around FTEs as we work with departments to add FTEs. Some of the initiatives I talked to you about have FTEs associated with it. But as I said, this is still fluid, and we expect by the time we come back next time to have worked through these numbers, and as we refine them, I'm fairly confident we'll come in close to a zero budget.
But separate out the FTEs from the regular hospital to the new initiative program.
We can certainly do that for you.
Because your population, just separate.
You want to see the FTEs associated with the new initiatives. Okay. The next one is our capital budget, and the difference here from prior years is primarily that top line around strategic initiatives, and that $62 million is heavily influenced by the dollars at the planning for the new clinic building. The biggest two items there are the design and planning of the new clinic, as well as a parking deck, as we continue the move from the old side of the campus to the new side of the campus. As you know, we are still marketing that property, and we had hoped to have that part done by now, but we are still in the old facilities, and we need to move out of the old facilities because there's problems associated with that. Not so much pressure on the clinical side, but on the admin side, where there's some space that we've got to get out of. And so we're proceeding on planning to move from the old side of the campus, and we anticipate with the sale of the old hospital that those proceeds will go towards the development on the new side of Harry Hines.
And that should probably happen in fiscal year 18-19, right?
That's right. We're marketing it right now. We're working with several potential buyers, and that's something that I will bring back to the court, and we'll have. I expect to come back to you before the end of the year with a recommendation there.
That's good.
And then finally, just to wrap up, this is sort of a reminder of what's left. I will bring, because we didn't have changes in our volume projections, I didn't bring those back this time, but I'll bring those back next time. And you'll see what our projections are compared to where we are running today. And then as I said, we're refining our FTE projections as well as our revenue analysis. And then the last slide just reminds us that I will be back in September for the final presentation.
The county, we still recycle, am I going to see a Press Ganey survey?
On patient experience or employee engagement?
Employee engagement.
So that survey is scheduled to happen August the 20th through the beginning of September.
Okay. So will we have, I guess what I'm asking is, will we have it before you do your last budget presentation?
We won't have that. We'll be in the middle of our survey period at that point.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Series.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And I did get that other information.
And thank you for the additional information.
Just texted you. Next is our consent agenda.
Second.
In discussion, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is our court orders. Is there a motion on court orders L1 through 94 and addendums 95 through 99? And pulling court order L2 off the agenda, it was a duplicate from July 3rd. Pulling 9 and 87 for 2 weeks.
Okay, can you repeat it,
Hold
Judge? Pulling 2?
Pulling 2 off as it was a repeat from July 3rd.
Okay.
Pulling 9 and 87 for 2 weeks, or for however long staff wants them pulled. And pulling 6, 7, 17, 18, and
You know, I want y'all to start, if y'all gonna pull all executive court orders, let us know before. Okay, try it again.
and 21, well, wait, there's the one on the city of Dallas, but that's not on there. Yeah, that needs to be on there. Okay, so,
2, 6, 7.
no, 2 and
But I'm doing this.
for her.
Yes, I'm trying to go.
We'll go back and tell
Okay.
you the ones that aren't going to be voted on.
Because you have me going up and down.
Yeah, it's
2, 6, 7.
8, 17.
9, well, you got 9 also.
Oh, I didn't have 9.
Yes, you did, you just said it.
Oh, yes, I see, yeah.
Are we
Staff
pulling,
pulled.
are we pulling 8 also, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 17, 18,
21,
21?
45.
45?
45, I didn't have that one.
Okay.
Well, I'm just assuming 45. I'm good on 45.
What is 45?
That's amending that court order.
No, 45, 45, no, 45 is,
Said no, okay.
yeah, pull it, because I'm voting no.
So 45 and 87.
And 87.
And so it should be 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 17, 18, 21, 45, and 87.
Perfect. Yeah.
Ones that are going to be delayed and not voted on today are 2, 9, and 87.
And 87, correct, right.
One other, because I'm still waiting on and hopefully Lynn Richardson is here. I didn't see an email from her. Lynn, let me just ask you, because we may not need to pull it. Are you totally on board with this indigent defense tech share thing?
Being separate, yes, sir.
Great, okay. So we don't need to pull that then.
And I'm going to amend 64.
So let's pull that for separate then.
Yeah.
I'm just going, okay.
Yeah, but we have to amend it.
Put it. I'm on
Okay,
it.
so we're gonna go back and pull 64.
64, so
Okay.
it's 2, 9, and 87, pull. 6, 7, 8, 9, 17, 18, 21, 45, 64, and 87.
And you move?
And on 90, and on 96, I'm going to read into the record.
On which one, Commissioner?
96.
So we're pulling 96?
So we're pulling 96.
I'm not pulling it, I'm just, I got some stuff I gotta, you know, I gotta.
And
add some
language
things.
to add. So we pull it so you can add it and we vote on it.
But he can add it.
I can add, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So we're not pulling it?
We're not, he's just gonna add it.
I've also got 99, and it's just, Russ Roden just needs to read something into the record on 99. I don't think you need to pull it for that, but he just needs to read something into the record.
So are we pulling 99?
You don't need to
No?
pull it, just need to read it in the record.
So we stay where we are.
So move on those numbers.
Okay, I move to approve the addendum, the court orders that were read into the record and the addendum 95 to 99, pulling 2, 9, and 87 off, and 6, 7, 8, 9, 17, 18, 21, 45, 64, and 87 for individual consideration.
Second.
All right. We have some things to read into the record. Well, just so we don't forget, let's go ahead and do the read into the records, and we hear discussions from the court members about their thoughts on the court orders.
Well, yeah, I'm ready. On court order number 96, which is the pretrial plan for Dallas County. And one of the things that I wanted to be real clear, because I don't know how much of this, and council is here, but approximately 6 months ago, Dallas County, along with the misdemeanor and felony court judges, were sued based upon a claim that the bail system in use in the county unconstitutionally discriminates against poor people. I suspect there's no need for scientific studies or long drawn-out empirical studies, even though these studies exist, to recognize that our nation, not just Dallas County, has for too long employed tools in the criminal justice arena that have resulted in historic discrimination against poor people, many of whom are black and brown people. So for years, Dallas County jail population consistently hovered around 7,000 inmates in a jail with a capacity of 8,700. And I've been here when it's been 10,000. As of December 2017, the number of inmates in our facilities have been reduced drastically to approximately 5,000. In my estimation, this number is still too high, especially when one considers that perhaps 60 to 70% of those individuals are not convicted persons on pretrial status. Yet again, the high number of persons in county jails awaiting trial, while not unique to Dallas County, begs for the action given and the exorbitant cost to taxpayers to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars annually to detain those persons, and due to the unfairness of those accused but not convicted of any crime languishing in jail waiting for their day in court. Furthermore, as a county commissioner, executive, long concerned with the unfairness of criminal justice system and the impact on poor people, I've always agonized over my responsibility to balance the needs of the accused with public safety and making sure that those charged with crime will answer to those charges. Now, without commenting on the merits of the pending lawsuit, I want the public record to be clear about the ongoing attempts and practices by Dallas County in its effort to reform this long-standing nationwide practice of using money bail as the means of ensuring that persons charged with criminal offenses will show up to answer for those charges. Without too much of a long ago retroactive perspective, I will just discuss the recent efforts by the Commissioner's Court to tackle this issue. For example, early part of last year, we entered into an agreement with a criminal justice consultant firm to examine our pretrial practices and return with recommendations on risk assessment tools, staffing ratios, objective standards to measure indigency, and other ways to reform our bail practices. It was while the consultant worked to bring those recommendations to us that Dallas County was sued. As county commissioners and executives, some of us recognize that while we bear the financial responsibility to change the system, we face the limitation of being able to tell other criminal justice elected officials, misdemeanor and felony judges, and the district attorney on how to perform their duty. Nevertheless, a cursory review of previous county budgets and the proposed pretrial summer plan will show that we, county commissioners, county executives, have been willing and remain so to appropriate more taxpayer dollars to address the inequities in the bail system. It is my hope that those other elected officials who bear some responsibility to this process will work with us to accomplish this much-needed task. And with that, Judge, that comment, then I have no problems with moving 96, which is the pretrial plan for Dallas County.
Well, it's on the,
We've had a motion, second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Okay.
No, it's already
Okay.
on.
So it was part of your motion? I thought we pulled it. Okay, with the comment. Okay.
and the
There was a
comments
second
on 99. Before we get there,
96.
let me say this on pretrial, because I'm working on that as well.
96. You said 99.
Before we get to 99,
okay.
let me say this. So, you know, we all want to see justice done, and we all want to see, you know, the rights of the accused balanced with public safety. But we have not always seen eye to eye on exactly how we get there. We've disagreed on that, you know, respectfully, and tried to work on this. Commissioner Price, myself, many others have worked on this plan that I'll proudly sign after you vote on it today. And it is a plan, I think, that takes us a quantum leap forward in protecting the rights of people to get a bail hearing more quickly, and addresses some of the concerns that Judge Rosenthal has in the other case with Harris County. So I think it's a very good thing. I think it's important for the public to remember, and this is true in other places, but these are the numbers for Dallas County. A look at this last month showed that 74% of the people in our jail that day were people that had not been convicted of their crimes. They were there awaiting an adjudication of that, awaiting getting out on bail or for a variety of reasons, but they were not convicted. If we can get to a race-neutral risk assessment tool that's validated, and we can have the success that some of the places that have done this have had, we can take that number from 74 or 75% down to 37 or 25%. And what Commissioner Cantrell and I were talking about a little earlier with Ryan, shutting down that jail tower can be a benefit of that. Well, getting people who are in jail for no other reason than they just don't have the money to get out can be a benefit of that. And then their money could be used for things like paying fines, going to treatment, hiring lawyers, things that save the taxpayers money, as opposed to paying for bail where the risk assessment would indicate there's no reason to think they're going to leave the county once they're out. So it's a very good thing. I think we worked hard to make it a unanimous thing. I appreciate everybody's work.
But there are some issues, and it's interesting. I see Ron Stretcher here today, and some of us who have the historical knowledge. Fred, you were with the Texas Commission on Jail Standards when Dallas County showed up down there, and they told us that on that Friday that we had to that Monday to return and release 1,500 individuals. And we did that. We released 1,500 individuals, is that correct, Mr. Stretcher, on that Monday. The travesty of that, I can't say in terms of public safety what that did, but the travesty of that is that we had a no-show rate of about 70% of those individuals who we released. We just came back, did a pretrial, let them go. And so, you know, while, as I said, I want to be very cautious as we move forward. You know, at the end of the day, and that was my conversation with Ryan, at the end of the day, where are we going to be when people, 70%, 50%, don't appear? Where are we going to be? Just back into the system, or where people get rearrested, where they're not eligible. And so I want us to be very careful and cautious as we move forward. I understand bail reform, but at the end of the day, number one is public safety, and then number two is just to make sure that
Justice is done. I mean, right on. I want to thank everybody that have worked on this, Mr. Steele, Mr. Segura and the pretrial group that has been working very hard on that. Look forward to seeing it move through CJA, and I will be completely in support of this. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
All right, any other comments on that before we read into the record that matters for 99? Hearing none, Judge?
Judge and Commissioners, on item number 99, there are only two small changes in the agreement that is the subject of that. In Section 5.6, there is a reference to Exhibit B that should be Exhibit A, and in Section 24, there is a reference to Exhibit D that should be Exhibit B, and those changes have been made.
Okay. Any further comments on the court orders that are before us?
I just want to make,
It's 64, y'all pulled that total. No, y'all pulled it total.
Yeah, that's not before us.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make some comments about the travel section of the agenda. There shows one of the constable's office, number 5, has 9 travel scheduled. However, due to the lack of her having a valid license, I believe that this court have decided or will decide not to cover and reimburse for all that traveling.
Yes, I won't support it.
I will not either.
Oh, so I've sent that to you, I believe, this morning around, but you've just heard from 3 court members, so.
Correct.
You know it.
So basically, the will of the court for record will be that we did not approve her travel. You cannot stop her from traveling.
Correct.
That's
Because
okay.
she's an elected-
We just
she's an
won't
elected
reimburse
official.
her.
She just will not be reimbursed from the county, and she also will not be reimbursed from T-Close because she does not have a valid license.
Correct. That's exactly what we have.
And like on another thing, I don't want to ambush her. I want to call her and tell her we ain't paying for it.
Yeah, and please respectfully.
I agree, and once that court order becomes final, the DA's office needs to move, and I'm requesting that they move. If she doesn't have a license and isn't able to perform her duty, then she needs to be removed.
Well, I've said, I asked that question over a month ago, and I was given I know we can't talk about it.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
got
on
it,
the
I got it,
agenda,
I got it.
but
I
we
got
do
it.
have the
Commissioner
information on the,
Yeah.
when the TCO order becomes final, I can
Okay.
distribute that date to you.
We did ask that, Commissioner, and we're waiting for that.
Yeah, and
So,
just,
thank you, Judge. That was the other only comment is obviously the poll book. I know Ms. Tony Pippins's pool have been working hard for this item. I'm glad to see it in the agenda, as well as the upgrade of the $2 million to get out of Windows 7. That was kind of computer, so that was good news. Thank you.
cool.
That's all with me.
a cool thing on the poll book that Tony's working on is when you have electronic poll books, that allows people to ultimately go vote on election day at some place other than just one precinct. So a lot of times what happens is people go to the wrong precinct on election day and they cast a provisional, it doesn't count. This happens hundreds of times each year in Dallas County, and we see that. But what we don't see is the people who are embarrassed, they've gone to the wrong place, they're told to go to somewhere else, they've got to get back to work, and so they end up not voting at all. And that's a vestige of when we didn't have computers and we didn't have that. When we have that, we can have super centers that are open even on election day and allow people the convenience of voting in those super centers.
Yeah, well, okay. Great job.
That's exactly what it is.
We're going to bring that back to the court probably the end of September, once we get all of our bids out and qualify with the state in order to go to the vote center. So we will be bringing that to the court this year.
And by the way, the only 2 counties that increased their turnout in 16 were Travis and Collin County. And what they had in common is they had electronic poll books and they went to vote centers.
That is correct, and I want to thank Ms. Tony Pippins's pool and her staff because they have been really working hard to be sure that we move forward with all the issues that we discussed this morning, so I don't want to elaborate anymore other than we're moving with equipment, we're moving with poll books, we're moving with voting centers, and we're, going to improve the amount of voters in Dallas County in the next election. So thank you so much.
And we want to make sure IT is right there with us.
That's right, with the support of IT. Thank you very much.
I guess when we go like,
No comment.
All
No
right.
comment this time.
Go ahead.
Hearing no other comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The first thing before us is court order number 6. Is there a motion on 6? 6 is the Dallas County maximum tax rate.
So moved.
Second.
And I will make a substitute motion for the effective rate.
I'm still got to make motion.
And just for the record, the effective rate would be 23.2292 cents.
Okay, Commissioner Price
I second
moved
Yeah, she said.
to adopt item 6, Commissioner
My
Daniels second.
computer, it
Yeah,
ain't
it's
been
dead.
working. Yeah, it's been dead.
Commissioner Price moved it, Commissioner Daniels second.
Yeah,
And then the judge made a substitute motion
for the effect.
for the effective rate, second by Commissioner Cantrell.
All-
Perfect.
Okay, so we take the substitute first.
Yes.
So a yay vote now would be for the effective rate as our maximum tax rate. A no vote would be to defeat that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No,
No.
No. Okay, so that fails 3-2. The original motion is before us. That motion is for the maximum tax rate.
call the question.
Which is the
Question.
existing tax.
Which is the current tax rate, the same one that's been there for the last, 16 years? So,
We don't have final numbers yet, so I'm waiting for final numbers to come through.
The question,
Call question, call the
all right,
question.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
I'll vote no on that. And is everyone voted?
Yeah, motion carried.
And next, we have 7.
Here's one moment, Judge, I'm sorry. Voted no, right?
There's 1 no and
I voted
4
no.
ayes.
Court order 7 is on Parkland.
Yeah.
And it's the Dallas County maximum tax rate in Parkland. So moved.
Second,
I know that scares everyone.
don't threaten.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. I won't substitute a motion, but I vote no because I prefer that we set this at the effective rate.
Come on.
Or something between the effective rate and the maximum.
I prefer the effective rate, but also understand what the maximum tax rate is.
All right, so question's been called. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And I again vote no. And the motion carries. And this takes us to 8.
9 has been pulled.
No, 8. So motion on 8. 8 is the optional.
Optional
Right,
candidate.
I move the, well, I went on the prevailing side.
Yeah, we need someone of you guys.
All right.
Approve court order number 9.
Number 8.
And number 8. 8.
I'll second.
I'll second too.
I'll yield a second.
All right, is there going to be a discussion on this?
Well, I'll say, originally I opposed it because I wanted to go to the November ballot, but legal has told us that we do not have that authority, and by passing this additional $1.50 fee on car registration, it's not just for the city of Dallas, it goes to every city within Dallas County. So each city will receive based on population.
Proportionality, right.
Yeah, based on their population, they get a portion of this, and it's the right thing to do, colleagues. I think, during the last discussion that we have about this issue, gosh, I mean, most of our crossing guards are seniors. They need the income. It's optional. It's not going to be anything that people that don't want to, help have to. So Thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate it. I think it's the right way to go.
A question, there are already school districts, there are cities who pay this already, right?
Correct.
I think Mesquite, Garland,
The city or the school district is funding the school cost center, so this will help them with their budget setting process to offset costs. I don't think any of them will actually,
Will deny it.
that are fully offset, it will just be a partial offset.
Commissioner, to answer your question, yes, they will get additional money,
right, and so.
even if they pay themselves.
I too will probably be voting in support of this unless there is anything that says it's, but it appears that it's an across the board, it's a relatively small amount per person, which is appreciated, but that it's also spread across the whole population.
And state law, yeah.
Allows it.
And
yeah,
it's
state
child
law,
safety,
state law.
absolutely.
And it's optional.
Yeah.
So, the best of all the worlds.
Call the question.
Questions been called, comments been made. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all abstain. And the motion carries 4 with 1 abstention, and that takes us to 17. I believe we have speakers on 17 and 18. Would Avela please read the rules of decorum for our public speakers?
All commission of court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all clause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraints. Disruptive visitors and or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the state of Texas Penal Code, sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion of any one topic is limited to 30 minutes.
Thank you. I need a motion on 17.
So moved.
Or do we want to move 17 and 18 so they can speak on the same ones at the same time? I don't know what the issues are. Okay, let's just move 17. So that was moved. Did somebody second it?
It was moved by.
Daniel. Commissioner Daniel moved it. Was there a second?
I second.
Okay.
Judge, I'd like to ask the court to agree to waive the speaker requirement on signing up. Missy Shorey from the Republican Party is here. She would also like to speak.
Right. And that requires a unanimous waiver. We also, as we're doing that, we have a speaker on something. Oh, on hang on one second. On the yeah, we got that, but she signed up timely. But we also have the speaker on the constable that arrested Ms. Camacho, who called to sign up after 4, but before 4:30 yesterday. So if we're going to allow one, we ought to allow them both.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with
Okay.
either one.
Okay. So let's take a vote then. All those in favor of suspending the rules to allow Missy Shorey and who is it? Just you?
Two people.
2 people. All right. Could y'all just state your name so we got that?
My name is Julio Acosta, J-U-L-I-O-Acosta, Yuri Peña, L-E-R-O-Y-P-E-N-A.
Okay. And Missy Shorey. Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rules to allow these 3 individuals to speak, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
Okay. So that motion carries, and I'll vote for it, and there's 1 abstention. So.
Wait a minute, you can't abstain. Everybody has to vote.
Yeah, everybody has to vote.
Yeah,
I thought somebody said they abstained.
She said she abstained, but that's okay because it's still unanimous.
It has to be
It has to be
unanimous.
unanimous.
It has to be unanimous.
Okay.
I
Abstention is like
Nobody
not-
can abstain and have unanimous. Can't have.
No, the judge say it passed, but I support the motion.
Okay, all right, so then it's a 5-0 unanimous. All right, so our first speaker on this appears to be
Carol Dunn.
Well, okay, no, it's actually Juanita Brown, it appears to be, is our first speaker.
No, she's talking about being appointed as a precinct chair.
But 17 is about appointing precinct chairs.
Yeah, I understand.
So, does anybody want to lay any of this stuff out before the public speakers? Do we need to lay anything out?
Tony will have to lay it out.
Okay.
Now,
There's really not much to lay out here. It's a list of I'll lay it out for us. This is a list of precinct chairs, the parties.
Election judges.
The election judges, the election judges that were recommended by the two political parties. So that lays it out. So unless you want to add something, Tony, I'm just laying it out.
Are there issues, Tony, that we don't know about?
No, these are only, we're filling vacancies from last year's court order, that's all it is. And both parties have given us their appointed person, and this is all this is. That's statutory.
That's fine.
Statutory that we do this at this time.
Okay. So our first speaker is Miss Janita Brown. Miss Janita Brown. Miss Janita Brown. Our next speaker is Miss Carol, and I see no Janita Brown here, correct? All right. So our next speaker is Miss Carol Donovan, and I see Carol. So Carol, you want?
Sorry to say, Your Honor, County Judge Judy, I'm going to refer to 18.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Shorey, did you want to speak on 17? All right. So there's no public speakers on 17. Are there any comments from the court before we take a vote? Nope. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
That's on 17.
That was on 17.
Okay, just one moment. I activated both because you said 17 and 18, so.
Okay,
just
well,
one
that's
moment.
fine.
Well,
Yeah, we better change it.
yeah.
It should be 17, it should be separate.
But we can hear public
Yeah,
speakers watch.
we can move.
Sure. All right, so you're going to get that fixed,
You
but
have time
for the record, the court's only past 17 at this point. Our first public speaker on this matter is Carol Donovan. Ms. Donovan, you want to come forward? Yes, I should give you
I'm
the...
sorry, who motioned that one?
The motion was done by
Probably should-
Commissioner Daniels and second by me.
Okay, just one moment.
All right, so Carol, I think you've done this before, Madam Chair, but up here, there's a they're not right now, but when you start talking, there'll be a traffic light. When the light turns yellow, you have 30 seconds. When the light turns red, just finish your thought. And
They're both the same?
you start by stating your, name and address. That's just our rules. And then tell us what we need to know.
Yes. My name is Carol Donovan. I'm the Dallas County Democratic Party Chair. I live at 6509 Malcolm Drive in the district of Mike Cantrell. I had basically 3 comments that I wanted to make on this item, number 18. Number 1, I know that the court is considering some revisions possibly on who can serve as an election judge. Right now, I think as it stands, that precinct chairs may serve as election judge whether or not they work for the county. And we're asking that because we are always looking for election judges, as is Missy Shorey and also Tony Pippins-Poole, we're asking that no such limitation be made, that any citizen of Dallas who meets the requirements of an election judge should be able to serve as an election judge whether or not they work for the county. I don't see any kind of conflict of interest on that. And obviously, if they were working on the campaign of a particular candidate, they would be disqualified as an election judge as anyone else. The second item regards the use of one of the churches. We certainly have no objections to churches, and churches have been very good about opening their doors to the election department and the two parties for their use in elections. However, I understand that University Methodist has been approached about being a possible election site, and that they are considering charging as much as $15,000 to the taxpayers for this. There's no need for such an arrangement. We have lots of other churches and lots of other public buildings that we can use that would not charge such kind of a fee. The third item is, I understand that Commissioner Elba Garcia is considering an item that would increase the voting days of early voting at the colleges, all the colleges that have been designated, up to 3 days instead of 2 days, and we are very much in favor of that. A lot of these college students are going to be first-time voters, and we need to make the voting accessible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I ask a couple of questions before you sit down?
Sure. I have 47 seconds left.
Well, that's okay, because it doesn't count against your time to ask a
Okay.
question. So this University Park Methodist Church, when y'all met and discussed all these, did y'all have meetings this time and meet and discuss all these and lay them out for what both parties wanted?
We did not. We were informed by Tony Pippin's Pool that the church had been proposed by the Republican Party. Now, at the time they proposed it, they may not have been aware of the $15,000 fee that was being asked, but we have learned from the election department that that fee has been requested for that location.
And this is as an early voting location.
Yes.
So how far is that? Does anybody know, or know Tony or anybody, how far is that from the Our Redeemer Lutheran, which serves the same neighborhood?
I was informed that it was less than 4 miles.
Well, I think it's a lot less than 4 miles. Yeah, okay. And I happened to early vote at Our Redeemer, and I happened to go out there, and to my knowledge, and Tony, help me out if I'm wrong, tell me, but at least in the primary for this year, the only time that the lines got longer than 15 minutes were the last 2 hours of early vote, and only for Democrats at Our Redeemer. And so I'm thinking this through in my mind. I want to hear from everybody, but since we don't have a long line problem at Our Redeemer and we're serving the same neighborhood, why are we going to pay for an extra one?
Well, you have two different types of elections and different turnouts. Primary elections are have less turnouts than a gubernatorial presidential election.
You advocate that we need another one, it's just whether it's this one.
Yes, we do advocate, and this is the same location we used back in 2016 as well.
Yeah,
and that's where we got that cost from. So these locations that we're proposing and recommending are the same ones that we used in 2016, that the same committee met and decided that they were useful at that particular time. So we're not advocating any new locations. These are the same one that the committee met. So we're not doing anything new. We're just bringing forward the same locations that we used and agreed upon in 2016.
University Park Methodist was on the first list that we already approved.
Yes.
Was it open for early vote in the primary?
Not in the primary, no. No, in 2016.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we didn't add any in the primary because there's such a low turnout.
And
So
it was 15,000 in 16 too?
I'm sorry?
We also
Yes.
paid 15,000.
Yeah, that's where we got the $15,000 for this. Is because of prior charges.
Okay.
You know, understanding that location can have an impact on voters being able to get to vote on a particular day.
Right.
What is a kind of an average cost for that kind of service across the board? Is there?
It really depends. Some of our churches range from $5,000 all the way up. It just depends from $5,000 to $10,000. Are those that require a security there at their location because there's an elementary school there. So if there's an elementary, a daycare, school there in that vicinity, they're asking for a full-time security person, and that's what brings it up past that $10,000 mark. We do have locations that we've had. Our Redeemer is one of your $10,000 ones, and we also have other churches that charge $5,000 and $6,000, but they don't ask for security.
But 15 is probably the most
Just go ahead on and
expensive.
say, the ones in the South, we get treated like that. Don't play. It's us.
No, they just have not that. We've paid what they've asked us to.
I mean, hell, we'll take 10. My church, you know, I mean, we vote as high as anyone else, except maybe our Redeemer. But, you know, we do 5,000.
And Tony, my staff just looked, it's actually 2.4 miles between these two buildings. I mean, is that?
Well, it alleviates some of the congestion that is there during your larger.
Early voting locations for the general that are within 2.5 miles of one another, is that?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And it's all about alleviating some, and our Redeemer, that place is so small, and they're also making some changes to that location.
Used a lot last time.
I'm sorry?
We had good turnout there.
Yeah, we did.
Well, turnout.
Turnout was one of the best that we had when we put the colleges.
Yeah, but the colleges in those 2 days were,
Yeah, but how many colleges, too?
Doesn't matter. Still $38,000.
But I mean, we talk about increasing the opportunity of people to vote.
Well, that'd be the point that I would make.
Well, we talk about it, bringing the young generation to the polls. We did it. We did it last time. Clearly, it could be better. Always can be better. But
that it's done ahead of time. We can do a better marketing than we did. It was very quick and had less time, and that was concern of the court. How are we going to get that information out? So I think we have time enough to get that information out to the public so they know they have other areas of accessibility.
And Ms. Tony Pickenspoke, how much would it be, how much additional money would be if we added to 3 days in the community college district voting?
I'm going to have to look at it. I don't know right offhand.
I think she's asking if you just add one more day.
Yeah, for one more day.
Well, it's just adding another day. I believe 14 or 15 hours at about $10 or $12 an hour for each person that we have there. If it's 3 or 4 people.
And it can be rotated, like you say, we can organize it. It doesn't have to be for all the colleges. It can be rotated to 3 in all the colleges. And I think that would be a great option, especially if we don't pay that much for one facility. Could be distributed better. That's my personal opinion, Commissioner Cantrell. I won't put it in Fox, but
Well, the colleges produce 10,000 votes.
In 2 days.
in 2 days.
In 2 days.
In 2 days. Okay.
Hear from Mrs. Shorey, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think so,
What?
unless somebody has another question for
Thank
Ms.
you.
Donna. Ms. Shorey? So, Ms. Shorey, same thing, if you state your name and address, and then there'll be a traffic light that comes up. Yellow's 30-second, red, just finish your thought.
Sure, of course.
And
Thank you.
If somebody interrupts you to ask a question, it doesn't count against your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Missy Shorey. I serve as the Dallas County Republican Party chairwoman. My address is 609 Aqua Drive, Dallas, Texas. One of your constituents, Mr. Control. So, I think we need to be looking at a bigger question here today, and that's very important, which is that if you look at the agenda item for number 18, it says that we're looking at presiding officers and early, so that's the topic at hand that we're discussing, if you read that there. We are not discussing or voting, and should not be voting, on early voting locations that are added, because we've not had proper notice in terms of the amount of time. We were not given 72 hours in advance in order to discuss this topic about the early voting locations. A presiding officer is not an early voting location. I just want to clarify that.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Judge, it said updated changes, the presiding officer updated changes, which broadens it.
Well, The CP says presiding
I think
officer,
so, Russ.
alternate presiding officer.
Well, it said alternate presiding officer, then it said updated and
So
changed.
that's continuing on with alternate.
Right, and based on the way that the notice is provided, it's with respect to the alternate presiding officers for early voting and the election day judge and alternate. It does not expand to include locations. So the court cannot take any action on the locations at this time.
So I want to make sure that we are aware of that, because I want to make sure we're all in compliance with the law. So with that in mind, and just so we're all clear on that, that would be something that would be appropriate to bring up at a different meeting rather than this if we wanted to discuss those items.
Okay, does anybody see a problem with me putting that on the agenda for next time?
No.
No,
I guess we have
absolutely
any
not. You can
options.
put whatever you'd
I
like
know
on
the
the
deadline to fix the voting
Is it ready to be put
ballot
on the
is
agenda?
20.
If you look at the attachment, it has, these judges are assigned to polling locations.
Okay.
And the polling locations and judges have always been there together.
But that's, with all due respect, we do not have proper notice, and had we had proper notice, we would have been able to explain that we need to have these locations based on turnout, not on registration, and that we would have been able to discuss the amount, and we can discuss that further for the locations that we're discussing, just as we were before, in more detail, and we could also have people who are specifically impacted by this. So that conversation has not had proper notice.
Right, but all the locations aren't on this list, right? These are just changes in election judges and alternates.
For early voting.
But all of the locations for early vote are not on this list.
Yes.
But there are
On the
additional,
list?
but there are now new ones that were added, and we received the notice and received the list of those at 3:30 yesterday. So we have not had proper notice. I don't want to get into too much debate about this. I want us to be in compliance so that we respect everyone's time.
So here's what I'm going to do. We're not going to take a vote today, but Russ, what I need us to work on is, I know there is a deadline on this one matter, on 18, we're not going to take a vote, but on August 20th, we have to have our ballot in order. I don't see how this is part of our ballot, but let's double check and make sure. If we need to have a vote on this before the 20th, we'll come back with a special call session on 72 hours' notice, and we will do that. So that's the ruling on that, and let's go forward with whatever else you have.
Sure. If you'd like, I would like to answer the questions about the location, and I think that, Tony, I can't thank you enough.
There's no problem at the next court hearing.
For the judges?
No, not for the
For
judges.
location.
Or for the locations?
If there is, we'll do it earlier.
Well, if it's on the judges, we can do the vote on that,
Because it's here.
on the location.
The locations, as long as we have to do it before the 20th.
Before the 20th or on the 20th?
Before the 20th.
Well,
The
it
last
doesn't
day
matter,
was
because
to
our
do
next
it
court meeting is 21.
20.
No, I
When
think
is
our
the,
court meeting is after 20.
Right, I know, the court meets on the 21st.
Just do a call meeting, just do a call meeting.
Well, we're going to do a call meeting, take care of it all then, not worry about trying to bifurcate things out, all this other mess. All right, but go ahead and tell me whatever you want to tell me.
And you raised,
Tell us what it is.
yes, sir. You also raised concerns about the cost for the church, which we are certainly happy to go further into detail on when we discuss locations. But we want to be clear that that is, in that particular area, we are looking at turnout and cost per voter. So when you look at voter density, and you see that, we don't want to have anyone, we're very in favor of having people be able to vote and have places staffed properly. That's essential. And so what we're seeing is that we, based on voter density, and especially when you look at new voter registration, those voters are not adequately covered compared to the rest of the county. And that's why we've asked for those two locations there. We certainly understand the cost concerns. We share those concerns with you. However, this is the solution and the most cost solution that we could find there. Essentially, if we could find it cheaper, trust me, as a TJ Maxx shopper, I'd be there in a second. So I want to be very certain on that. I also want to be very clear that we want to be certain that we're looking at locations based on turnout, and that we look in terms of the ability to properly staff them. Looking at voter registration, we all know, unfortunately, that it's turnout that we base these things on, because voter registration people don't turn out as much, and we have to staff according to turnout. We also are very careful and want to make sure that the density, we completely are in alignment. We all had a wonderful meeting in December where we discussed that every voter in this county needs to be able to be within 6 miles of a polling location. That's very important. So we want to make sure that those locations are based on density, and that's very important, that if we add additional locations, we're just on that and turnout.
If we did polling places every 2.5 miles,
We're not saying every 2.5 hours, sir.
well, but that's what this is.
Well, in this location, sir, we're looking at you want to make sure that the voters who want to vote can vote. I know that we both agree with that. And they need to do it with a way where they don't have as long of a wait. We can't have that be onerous. That's why there's...
We just got through telling you that the longest line at our Redeemer probably was 15 minutes, except for the last day.
In the primary, sir, I will tell you, as a person who voted over at North Dallas High School in 2016, we ran out of ballots. We stood there for an extra hour and longer than the polls were even open. So we have to look at density. It's our responsibility
In
as
the
people.
primary or in the general?
In the primary.
No, that's not
Yes,
true.
sir. I will
That's not
swear.
true.
I will swear.
Yeah, we're down this discussion. That is not the case with
In
that.
2016, that was, sir.
Excuse me.
Mhm.
They did run out of ballots because of the way the party determined the number of ballots they wanted for each precinct. And that was, the turnout turned out more than what was estimated.
Okay, so it was a party.
Those are party elections, and they determine the ballot allocations. They determine the polling locations as well. So that's not a contracted item for us. So that's what did take place.
Okay.
But it was not in the general 2016. We want to make sure that that's clear, the difference between.
And the comparisons that we're talking about earlier, as you were pointing out,
Yeah.
was primary. We understand that this primary, and we work together as a team, the primary is going to have a much lower turnout than the general. I mean, that's just speaking to the obvious. And so we want to be certain that we have voters, when you look at a density of voters in northern Dallas, that those voters have adequate abilities to get there within a reasonable amount of time without waiting too long.
We contract the general, right?
The general?
Is ours.
Yes, it's
And
ours.
we haven't had that problem in terms of ballots, right?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Locations last time, and we need to make sure that we continue having the 2 locations
We had 2 locations.
in the general.
In the general, yeah, we added the University Park. We added that location for the party, and also the college, the other college that we added, University.
SMU. SMU, I saw that. I remember that conversation. I remember the SMU.
Yeah, SMU was added.
But University Park, the church was added?
Yes, we had it in 2016. But it wasn't a temporary one. It was one of the locations that was open during the entire period. It's not on your 2-day report. It was open up for 12 days. And that's why the cost was that.
Okay.
Yeah, it won't be on your college's review.
No, I've got college on the backside. I
Okay.
got University Park. 16,000 votes. 16,800 votes. They were number 13, 14. They were behind DC 3. They were behind Duncanville. They were behind. Since she's talking about density, I'm looking at the votes, the turnouts, and I do have the map shaded in terms of voter registration by density, by registration, and by vote. In fact, that's the reason we're not talking about some others today, because I'm trying to do some relocation. Well, I mean, so, again, I think, are we talking about the cost primarily? It's 2.5 miles, and they want $15,000. Is that the issue?
This is the last time, and the court approved the cost.
Okay. Was it 15,000 last time? That's what I'm asking.
That's what she was saying.
So it was 15,000?
Well, that's where we got the cost for this time. We're expecting that they're going to charge us the same amount.
Well,
And that's where we got that estimated amount from.
We might want to tell them what our Redeemer does, see if they do 10.
Yeah, why not?
DC 3 is number 6 in the county, and we do 5.
Ask 5.
So with
They're a church, they understand. It's better to give than to receive.
Oh, you're the one that has to deal with it.
I'm sorry?
You're the one that has to deal with it. In other words, you're trying to find locations that can accommodate the vote.
Right.
So, all right, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Before we get off this,
Did I get an amen, Ms. Drake?
Amen.
before we get off this topic,
Thank you.
I'm going to ask all the court members to look at your calendars for next Tuesday morning for a special call meeting. Is everyone available, let's say 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock or what?
My calendar on the phone,
Okay.
so I'll have to go look.
Okay.
So it will be August
Well-
the 14th, Judge?
On the 14th,
what
whenever,
time?
if there's standing committee meetings that morning,
Yeah, I
you know,
told you to see.
okay, when does that end?
10:15.
Okay. So,
Let's do it
Let's do it at 8 o'clock.
We can do a 7 o'clock meeting.
I'm okay. I'm
We
there.
can do 7 o'clock meeting.
10:30.
7 o'clock.
No, I cannot do it after 10. So I can do it at 9, I can do it
But
at
at
8.
a.m.,
8 a.m.
well, wait, when does your meeting start?
9. We
Okay.
can do it at 8.
8 o'clock to do?
So, unless there's a
It
bunch of
will
long.
keep us on
talk-
time.
You want to do, okay, you want to do 8 or 10:30?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Probably have to set a vote.
Hey, I said 7:30.
So 8,
Now, don't push it, guys. 8 o'clock is fine.
special call meeting for, and do we expect, since I've got both of you here, Ms. Shorey and Ms. Donovan, do we expect there'll be much talking or much length to that special call meeting, given,
They're
I
gonna,
would not think so, and maybe that'll give the story some time to find some alternative places that wouldn't cost that much.
okay, 8 o'clock for,
I'll be available, certainly I would argue that, to change something that we've already been looking at, I think we've gone over this one pretty clearly, but it will give us an opportunity to review
but all I'm trying to figure out for right now is, there's another meeting that starts at 9. I want to make sure we get this meeting over with and don't have to have everyone wait around till 10:30 to come back to this meeting. So would an hour be enough time for us to resolve all this, guys? Okay, so let's set this for special call meeting for 8 a.m. on August the 14th.
Tuesday, August 14th. Okay?
All right.
I'll wait for today. Amen. Let's move it. Move approval.
What's next? Next is 21.
21.
Is there a motion on court order 21?
Vote on 18?
What is 21?
We're not going to take a vote on it.
Okay. Oh,
She's brought up notice.
Move approval 21.
All right, move approval 21 from Garcia. Is there a second?
Judge, just one moment, please. Second. Just one moment.
All right, there's been a second. Is there any discussion on 21? I'll just say this, I'm going to abstain from this because whereas I appreciate the work that's been done, the well-deserved reward or award that was given today, I hope that this is an area where we can find some cuts if we're able to move to something lower than the maximum tax rate. But having said that, if no other comments.
Where are you?
21.
21. Okay, okay.
All those in favor, say aye.
I'm there.
Okay, that's 2 ayes. Did you guys vote?
I abstain.
You abstained, and I abstain, and so that is 3 votes for and 2 abstentions. And this takes us to court order, is 45 going to be voted on?
45.
It's pulled for it, but we're going to vote?
Commissioner, I move court order 45.
Which court?
Yeah.
Court order?
45.
I'm going to vote no.
Can I ask why you're voting no?
This is Sogeri, the same company that we just fired, and now we're rehiring their staff. So, no.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And there's one no, and I'll abstain. All right, and this takes us to, that's it, isn't it?
No, court order 64.
Before?
Oh, that's right.
64 is before us. The only thing I want to make the amendment with regards to court order 64, instead of at the end, well, where are they? Oh, there they are. Okay. Only amendment I want to make is, instead of reporting, want you to report each month kind of where you are with regards to participation. Is that okay? Got it. That's a thumbs up. Judge, that Mr. Mann is over here. Mr. Exton.
It's an historical
Yeah,
building.
and so let the record
This is a Knights of
reflect.
Pythia. This is Knights of Pythia. But, I really appreciate this.
Let the record reflect that Commissioner Price asked for monthly reporting and that a representative of the developer seeking the tax abatement answered in the affirmative that they would perform monthly reporting. Go ahead.
Right. And
Motion on this.
yeah, yes, I'm moving it, moving the tax abatement request for the Knights of Pythia's Temple.
And was there a second on
And
that?
I second, I'm delighted about this project. I hope that we have the minority participation in it that we would like to have and Commissioner Price would like to see. On the second part, an historical building with a lot of the African-American history that I believe needs to be saved. And I appreciate your coming to the court.
So, yeah, and I appreciate them outreaching. Mr. Lesberg was in the meetings with us. The representatives all were there. And, the thing is about this, William Sidney Pittman, who was the designer of this building, was the son-in-law of Booker T. Washington. And Mr. Pittman, along with his wife, Portia, they're buried in the cemeteries off of Hatchet. Off of Elsie Faye Higgins. We take care of those. But let me just say, I really appreciate the developer moving. I told them the other day that I live on the corner of Blaylock and 5th Street. And Louis Blaylock was the mayor of Dallas and was a member of the Ku Klux Klan. And I said the fact that Mr. Pittman could build the building during that era, the fact that here we are talking about renovating and restoring and reclaiming, that, we cannot get, participation with regards to that building. So they came forward, this is their number, and I appreciate it. That being said, I
appreciate Judge Roden's review of this, and I'm voting for it with the understanding that there are some caveats.
Right.
The caveats
Yeah, on the
reports?
abatement.
on the abatement.
On the abatement, yeah. He just.
New structure with historical structure, kinds of designations. And
Okay.
Right.
Okay. I got you.
Right.
So, we haven't taken, everybody said what they're going to do, but I don't think they're taking a vote. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, this takes us to our public speakers. We've already read the rules of decorum for our public speakers, so I'm going to go through the list and call them now.
Got it.
Our first public speaker is Mr. Loris Phillips.
Yeah, we got it. We got
I got it. Good morning, or good afternoon, Dolores. We've already read the rules, so just go ahead.
Dolores Phillips, 3101 Luxor Way, Dallas, Texas, 75233. Honorable Jenkins, when you were accused of mishandling money, you were quick to get you an attorney to clear your name because you said it was hogwash. When Honorable Price was indicted, he got him an attorney to make sure that he cleared his name. In humblest humility, I say, neither one of your names is no better than or less than my name. When I was unlawfully detained and unlawfully arrested at and taken to Green Oaks on October 25th, 2013, Honorable Ewan and amicus attorney Perkins has said on record that they would consider that. So I'm going to take this to the Supreme Court. Also, I would like to state that in the case of Meek Mills, and I did give you a copy of his renewed application to remove the judge, the FBI has interviewed and put this police officer, giving him a lie detector test, and he failed, and Meek Mills is yet to receive a new trial with the governor, the mayor, senators, all on his team, including the prosecuting attorney and the district attorney. I said all that to say this. When I said last week that police officers, Dallas police officers are cultured, it takes a team, connections, and networks to permit corrupt officers to continue to testify under sworn oath, throwing citizens unduly and unjustly under the bus, and no one does anything about it. It takes a team, connections, and networks to massively incarcerate non-minorities, poor non-minorities, and minorities. And that's not just non-minorities who's massively incarcerating minorities and the poor beyond race. Honestly speaking, it is an equal amount of minorities who's massively incarcerating minorities and poor people as it is non-minorities. Honorable Jenkins, I've been before you some years now speaking of my name, clearing my name, and you've had everybody at the Commissioner's Court in City Council have evidence, enough evidence to show beyond any doubt that I'm speaking the truth, that it is a cover-up within a cover-up. And just as Meek Mills has bona fide attorneys that he's paying buku dollars to, they've said that since 2007, they've been covering up this corrupt officer. They're just now at the Supreme Court. He says we filed documents in lower courts, appellate courts, and Supreme Court. And because they're bona fide attorneys and they're non-minorities, they get to be heard in court, but minorities don't. That's how minorities are re-victimized and poor people beyond race because they don't have the monies. And when I say when this blow, it's going to blow, and I'm going to humbly endure the repercussions to clear my name.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Dr. Carl Robinson. Dr. Carl Robinson. Dr. Carl Robinson. Our next speaker is Ms. Sandra Crenshaw. Ms. Sandra, there you are.
What's that light that you were talking about?
Oh, when you can't see right now, but see where it says public comments? When you start talking, you'll see a traffic light. It'll be green. 30 seconds is yellow. Red is finish your thought. I think it works. Go ahead.
The last time I spoke into government record, I requested that Dallas County refer my complaints in Sabrina Brenham, Shirley Brown, and Claudia Fatto et al. To the federal oversight authorities and the Texas Rangers for the elected officials and county officials that were involved in this. At the city, we at least get a standard letter that says, sorry that you had a less than pleasurable experience with the county, and into file 13 it goes. Dallas County Elections Department removed an election judge because he referred to the thugs who beat him up as Negroes, or niggas, and on his private Facebook. And calling a person an ethnic slur is not a crime. The DA fires an ADA for misconduct in a Uber. Yet I report that Claudia Fowler told the DPD in this purported phone call that the ADA, Jason Hermes, advised her to call them. The DA's office defended Hermes, stating that it was standard to refer people to the police. However, in this case, Herman should have said, "I cannot comment on this case one way or the other. I can only say nothing." President Trump's pardon of Dinesh D'Souza highlights the government abuse and suppression of freedom for speech. Perhaps if I give this tape to the media and let them play this for public opinion, then can we get Dallas County to investigate if this was properly handled, and at least give me a letter confirming that I did come down here and ask and that you're working on it, as opposed to getting silence. So at the same time, I'd like to see the media investigate how the Dallas County has handled sexual assault cases in our JP and constable's office. We know nothing of that in the public, and those people that were abused and sexually assaulted and discriminated against by our elected officials, they got justice. They came to this, and that's what I'm asking for, is justice. I want a complete investigation into my allegations against Dallas County and for the three individuals who improperly accused me of wrongdoing. So how do y'all follow up here at the county? When people make requests, do you at least send us a letter? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, our next public speaker is William Hopkins, who I saw, there he is. Come on down, William.
My name is William Hopkins. I signed up for that law enforcement survey that John did, Judge Jenkins. He went out on his own and by himself, and he did a survey on the workers to try to see if the other counties is paying the same amount as the Dallas County. Now, you said that you knew of workers that been working here over a decade, over 10 years, that never had a raise. This is what you said, Judge Jenkins. Y'all the lowest paid, the county workers is the lowest paid workers in the United States. So John went out on his own and did a survey. And he got some money from somewhere to do the survey. And you know that the county workers is the lowest paid in the United States, Judge Jenkins. So you let him go do the survey. Don't nobody ask how much money it costs. The results of the survey. What did the survey, what were the results, Judge Jenkins? What did y'all find that the other counties were doing that y'all wasn't doing? And can you tell the city workers, or do you, you said one guy over here, fix it where y'all don't have to say nothing. So did he fix it where you won't have to tell the county workers the results of the survey that John did? How did that go, Judge Jenkins?
This is your opportunity to speak, but it's not our opportunity to go back and forth.
Okay. So the county workers don't know what the survey and how much it costs, or what are they getting a raise? Can you say that? Due to the survey, could it be that the city, that the county workers could use a raise? Okay, you can't say nothing to that. This guy got it fixed where you ain't got to say nothing to that neither, huh?
Again, it's not an opportunity for us to go back and forth. There was discussion earlier about the races, but
okay.
I can't go back and forth with you on that. Sorry.
You can't go. You sorry? Okay, you sorry. It's time. Okay, I got a minute.
Go ahead.
Okay. The people in West Dallas is dying from the lead. I gave you the lawsuit where the city of Dallas sued and got the money. John helped Fred Byron and Bud They came to the Boys Club. Can you ask the FBI to help me find out if some of that money was stolen from the people in West Dallas? Say the city got the money and then gave some of the money to Fred Byron and Bud and had John Wiley Price to help him lure the peoples into the Boys Club and tell them don't tell nobody in '85. And it was corrupt and money laundering, everything went on in the Boys Club, millions of dollars. The Boys Club was the regularest boys club in the United States, and John then went in there and had the people to come, Judge Jenkins, and told them don't tell nobody, and got millions of dollars from the Boys Club. The media didn't say nothing. Can you ask the FBI, since you always asking them for help for the Hispanics, you always ask the FBI, can you ask them to help me with West Dallas?
All right, you're out of time.
Then
You can't go back and forth.
You
but you're out of
you
time.
could,
All right, our last speakers today, there are three, and the first of them is Hilda Duarte. Oh, I'm sorry, Marvin. Well, he's not here, but you're right.
Oh, he is. Oh, he came back. He was in that. Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
He was sitting back there.
Next speaker is Mr. Marvin Crenshaw.
He was sitting back there.
Yeah, he was.
Ms. Wendy, how do you do?
I apologize, sir. You're a civil rights icon. I meant you no disrespect.
Hello, Mr. Crenshaw.
Marvin Crenshaw, 5134 Malcolm X Boulevard. In 2016, Dallas County for about 3 days. While I was there, I was approached by some inmates who asked me, are you Marvin Crenshaw, one of the city council work? I said yes, and they asked for some help on one of the inmates' problem. It had to do something with the district attorney's office as far as filing a grand jury indictment. And when I looked at it, I immediately noticed something. I asked him, I said, well, you showed me three papers. One was your initial, well, that when you were arrested, I think it was some type of domestic violence case. The second one was where after you were arrested and you went before the grand jury, instead of like a felony, it moved up a notch and became something that it was very serious as far as he was involved. And I asked him, I said, let me look and see who signed that from the DA's office, and it was Susan Hawk. Right now, I am assisting someone by the name of Stephanie Brown, who's in Blue Stair at this present time. And she was indicted by the Dallas County Grand Jury on the intentionally knowing and recklessly causing bodily injury to a person by the name of Naomi Johnson. Once I got went down and I got the paperwork on it, and I live right across the street from where this incident happened, and I can view that area. The officer and the fire person who came to the call stated that the complainant suffered non-life-threatening injury to her throat, to her body. But at the same time, when the DA's office filed their thing with the grand jury, it stated that Ms. Brown did do that. And I walked over and I looked at the incident, and I saw the woman there was another woman that was involved, and nothing was wrong with her. The police came out, they took photographs and everything, and the woman was just sitting there. Nothing wrong with her. But the DA's office went and when they filed the grand jury grievance, they put on that Ms. Brown had cut the woman and everything else. And as a result of that, Ms. Brown received a felony 2, and she's still in loose stair at this present time. I don't think if her name is Stephanie Brown or John Brown, the citizens should have to continue to go through this from the DA's office. It's a standard practice. It doesn't make any difference who the DA is. If it is a standard practice practice that they'll file something on a citizen knowing full well that it didn't happen and the person suffers from that.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. You're out of time.
I left a copy for everybody, all of you.
Thank you, sir. And our next speaker is Ms. Hilda Duarte.
Good afternoon, but time has passed. I'm Hilda Duarte. I reside at 407 Bella Street in Duncanville in Dallas County. I'm here today representing LULAC District 3, North Texas LULAC Council District 3, and I'm also with Tejano Democrats, and I'm a private citizen. I would like first to thank you, sir, Judge Jenkins, and all the commissioners for doing a great job and being good stewards of our money. I'm here concerning the behavior of a Deputy Constable, Jeffrey Hubbard, who stalked, pulled over, handcuffed, and arrested Ms. Camacho on July 20th on West Illinois in Oak Cliff. Furthermore, she was taken to the Yuba City County jail in Tarrant County, which has an agreement with 287G and was placed on an immigration detainer. The arrest of Ms. Camacho has opened many emotions, concerns, and questions, and I have a list of 10. Is this Dallas County Constable's Office working with immigration custom enforcement at the expense of county taxpayers, and specifically stalking immigrants for ICE? Is it customary for an elected constable to go out of his assigned precinct for a specific arrest not related to his duties or his responsibilities? Thirdly, is Constable Hubbard double dipping his salary with the county and with ICE? And is he being compensated by both? Are constables allowed to stalk non-immigrants solely on the purpose to arrest them and turn them over to ICE? Are constables, while on duty for the county, allowed to be dressed in police uniform? Isn't this not false impersonation? Because he's a constable and not a police officer for the city of Dallas. In addition, his vehicle has been reported by the Dallas Morning News to have shown on his GPS that he had previously been to the ICE facility for 13 minutes 2 days prior to his actions. Is he employed by both county and federal ICE? Is this county commissioner's court in support of civil rights violations of residents, whether documented or not, as being displayed by Constable Hubbard? What are the disciplinary actions this commissioner's court have in place for these type of violations? Action items that I would request from this court. And I feel a little frustrated today because I know you can't respond, but I know you hear me. So I beg you to please act upon my concerns in an executive session or whatever process you have set in place for immediate action on this matter. We want answers, we want an investigation, we want a follow-up report, and we want discipline actions taken against Constable Hubbard if, after due process, he has been found to be in violation of any of these questionable actions that I had just described. We also will not tolerate such predatory conduct of this constable. He is assigned to precinct in Garland and Mesquite, and yet he is here in Dallas and Oak Cliff. So please, I beg you, do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duarte. Our next speaker is Julio Acosta.
My name is Julio Acosta. I reside at 1644 Blackstone Drive, Carrollton, Texas, 75007. It's 2 blocks within Dallas County. First and foremost, thank you all so much for your service, and thank you to everyone that does anything to serve the community and support the community. I'm a member of LULAC, the League of United Latino American Citizens, and like my friend Hilda was mentioning, I really would like, and I believe that it would be important for there to be a follow-up to the Dallas Morning News article and for there to be an investigation over what happened that day. I would also ask for training or retraining so that constables know what their duties are, and so that, I don't know if maybe federal ICE agents, I don't know if there's some partnerships with communication, but I believe constables and Dallas County employees should fulfill those roles, and then federal ICE agents or ICE agents should fulfill their roles. I do ask for the Dallas County to possibly review the policies and procedures, because if this did not break policies and procedures, it may be a good idea to invest time into seeing if it did not, or if it did. And I do want to share one story. Let's see, yeah, 1 minute, 55 seconds. Yeah. So about a week ago, here in Dallas, we received a family that had a child that was walking strangely. It turns out that this 4-year-old boy had been beaten by bats when he was going through Mexico, and he and his family, his mom, came to the United States. It turns out that he had dislocated his hip, and ICE had only offered them Tylenol. I don't know if this is a human rights violation, but it definitely seems like it should be. Whenever they arrived here, a network of volunteers were in contact with some surgeons at their destination city, and some surgeons were going to look into him as soon as he arrived, and they have. So these kinds of stories are probably repeated many, many times over, and I just ask for the Dallas County to partner with different organizations and different entities that are looking out for the interests of people and humans. And 50 seconds left. I just want to say again, thank you so much, and I just look forward to anything that you guys want to work together on, or whether it be training or retraining, or just to be in communication with different organizations that want to partner with you guys so that we can be aware of what's going on. I'll just give the rest of my time up, but thank you again for your service, and thank you all.
All right. And if you guys want to switch phones, because you're our last public speaker, come on up. Do you want to speak?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was a little bit distracted there, but.
No.
My name is Leroy Peña. I'm a resident of Dallas. I'm a member of the Lipan Apache Tribe of Texas. I'm also the regional commander of the Red-Handed Warrior Society. And, this is Dallas County, and for the most part, the undocumented community feels pretty much safe here. I mean, they have up until now, they know more or less they'll get treated fairly here in this county. But then when this came up with Mrs. Camacho getting arrested and then handed over to ICE, it kind of stirred up that feeling of fear that had kind of settled down a little bit. So what I wanted to say is, yeah, Constable Hubbard was out of his jurisdiction, and I'd like to have an investigation opened up as to why he was allowed to do that. And then his working with the Department of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Now, he's an employee of Dallas County. What is he doing turning over people to the Department of Immigration and Customs Enforcement? That's what I'd like to have investigated. And then him going that far, because I live more or less in the area where his precinct is. For him to do that, and then it would not have been brought to our attention had it not been for one of our fellow activists, David Villalobos, who was tracking the situation. Now, we don't know how many of these incidents have already occurred. So we're looking to you, the Commissioner's Court, to open up an investigation on that particular constable's precinct, because this kind of practice is not what Dallas is about. He works for Dallas County, all the citizens of Dallas County, whether they're documented or not. So, this is not what, I've been living here off and on for 40 years. Pretty much, we've had it, our ups and downs, but we more or less get along with each other here. So something like this, if it stirs up fear, in the population, it can only bring us down. So I really implore you to really investigate this incident before it starts getting ugly and it devolves into something that
that we don't want any part of. Thank you.
All right, this concludes our public speakers.
I know I cannot respond to any of the speakers, Judge, but
Take a
I
moment
just
of personal
want
privilege.
personal privilege, I would like to say that the investigation has been started by Darrell Martin, our administrator, and we expect to have some of the results pretty soon. Thank you.
But Russ is indicating we cannot even say that. All right, so in respect of our civil DA laying that out, I won't make a comment. So we now have our matters to discuss at our closed session. These matters have been previously posted under Chapter 551 of the Government Code, and any action as a result of the closed session will take place out here in a subsequent session. Start that in there. Yes, sir, come on over. Sure.
Hey, Ken, doing okay?
So, did Herman talk to you about it? Because he told me about it. It's not on our agenda, but he told me, and I told him to come talk to you. One of our employees come talk to you? Did he do that?
It wasn't on
No action necessary as per the close of the agenda. The matter stands adjourned. Or court stands adjourned.